Isangam. I see on.
Sanibonani. Sanibonani. Ngiyafisa nje ngoba ihora leshumi selishayile. Siqale. Angifisi siphenelize abakhona ngabangekho. Ngoba nabakhona kusasa kusho ukuthi asiba-encourage ukuthi bagcine isikhathi. Ngiyathemba sizolekelelana ama-officials ukubheka okufanele babe khona, ikakhulukazi kwi-program, ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubeka. Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi masiqala this workers parliament, mhlawumbe ngaphambi kokuba siqhubeke kakhulu, ngiyafisa zwe siyacela ubaba u-apostle abe ekhuphuka. Kodwa-ke siyakholelwa ukuthi neminye imikhuleko ingalandela, kodwa okakhulu ilo osihlanganisayo njengama-Afrika, the national anthem. Sizocela ukuthi mhlambe siqale ngayo. Ngingacela siphakame sibe attentively bese sicela-ke ukudlalelwa iculo lesizwe.
Sisingeleli Afrika, maluphakanyiswa khona lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi singelela thina, lusapho lwayo, kurena kulunga sitshaba sayesu. Ufelice dintwale maswenye, usikuluke, sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Let it blow from united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Thank you. We may be seated. Ngiyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi nginikezwe umsebenzi wokushayela lolu hlelo, but as the way of introduction, I am Honorable Phumlile Zulu, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Persuasion and Petitions in the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. Sikhumbuzisane nje ukuthi njengesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal siyisifundazwe esibhekene ne-double pandemic. While we are dealing nento ka-COVID-19 ungakashiyi nawo, sibeke sesiba neshwa eliphinde kabili inyanga ilandelana. During the month of April, we observed into yezikhukhula edlule nemphefumulo eminingi yabantu bakithi. Abanye basala dengwane bengenamakhaya, abanye balinyalela basala bengenalutho, ngisho nabangazi identifya ngakho. Abanye balahlekelwa izihlobo zabo eziningi. Emndenini uthola ukuthi kuhambe zonke izingane, mhlambe basala abazali. So siyafisa ukuthi uma siqhubeka nalolu hlelo we might not umehluko phakathi sifisa ukudlulisa umyalezo ukuthi umehluko phakathi kwethu namalunga omndeni ukuthi bona ingoba bahlobene ngokwegazi nokwenyama. Ngale kwalokho nathi siyabuzwa ubuhlungu ngabantu bakithi abadlule kulesi simo. Futhi siqonda ukuthi khona namanje abasacinga abaselokhu mhlambe waqhubeka la noma mhlambe wahamba namanzi. Siyayifisa-ke ne-intervention evela ngaphezulu ukuthi uJehova akasisize. Siyibonile over the past weekend lifuna ukubuya leli so siyakholelwa ukuthi-ke i-intervention yongaphezulu izoba nathi. Asiceleke u-Apostle Brutus ukuthi azosenyusela enkosini ngomkhuleko.
Angithathelele ithuba nginibingelele nonke egameni lenkosi yami uJesu. Amen. Ngala ngiphuma khona baye bethi mebebingelelwe egameni lenkosi uJesu bathi amen. Glory to Jesus. Angiphinde ngizame futhi ngiyanibingelela ekseni egameni lenkosi yami uJesu. Amen. Glory to Jesus. To the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, siyabingelela siyahlonipha egameni lenkosi. The Deputy Speaker, the Mayor of King Cetshwayo District Municipality, the Mayor of Umhlathuze Municipality, nabo bonke abahlonishwa. Let me just say all protocol is observed in greeting you ekseni egameni lenkosi. Amen. Ngizofunda amavesi amabili bese siyathandaza. Ngifisa ukufunda Deuteronomy chapter number 15. Sizofunda uverse 6. Sizofunda u6, 7 and 8. Sizofunda ngalendlela. Uma kukhona kuwe ompofu omunye wabafowenu phakathi kwelithile lamasango ezweni lakini uJehova uNkulunkulu wakho akunika lona, awuyi kuyenza lukhuni inhliziyo yakho, ungamvaleli umfowenu ompofu isandla sakho, kepha umvulele nokumvulela isandla sakho, umtsheleke impela okwanele ukudinga kwakhe akusweleyo, ngokuba uJehova uNkulunkulu wakho uyakukubusisa njengokukwethembisa kwakhe. Bese siyafunda futhi uPhilippians chapter number 4 uverse number 6 ufundeka kanjena. Ningakhathazeki ngalutho, kepha kuko konke izicelo zenu mazaziwe nguNkulunkulu ngokukhuleka nangokunxusa kanye nokubonga. Sisazothandaza ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi kuzo zonke izinto esibhekene nazo as a province and as a country, uNkulunkulu usayisombululo kuko konke. Uma kungenzeka bengingacela ukuthi sisukume sime ngeenyawo bese siyathandaza. Sivala amehlo. Baba, egameni lika Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha siza kuwe ekseni, uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele namandla onke. Sibonga ukuvuswa nguwe nokunakekelwa nguwe. Uyinkosi efanele ukubongwa, uyinkosi efanele ukudunyiswa ngoba umhlaba ungakasekela ubusukhona ungulizwi. Lithi izwi lakho sekele konke ngamandla ezwi lakho. UNkulunkulu wenyama yonke, uNkulunkulu wako konke, uNkulunkulu wempilo yonke. Ekseni siyabonga Thixo wethu oyingcwele ukusihlanganisa ngalendlela. Siyabonga uNkulunkulu wethu namandla onke ukuthi uNkulunkulu okhona eindaweni zonke ngezikhathi zonke. Nasekuseni siyakumema Nkosi yamakhosi sesihleli Thixo wethu oyingcwele ukuthi ube yiphunga elimnandi phakathi kwethu. Be our wisdom, be the peace in this place. Be uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele the solution baba wethu namandla to every challenge there is. uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele egameni lika Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha, we pray, Father, that you don't only bring us solutions, but you be the solution. Therefore, therefore uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele sinxusa sikhulekela iwisdom yakho egameni lika Jesu waseNazaretha. Moya oyingcwele kaNkulunkulu kuzo zonke izisembululo ezingaba khona baba wethu namandla, nothing is permanent ngaphandle kwakho. Therefore uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele ekseni sithandazela ubukhona bakho, sithandazela uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele ukuthi kuzo zonke indawo la uNkulunkulu wethu namandla ku-affecteke khona abantu bakho baba wethu oyingcwele, you become the bandage egameni lika Jesu waseNazaretha. Siyabonga ekseni uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele namandla onke ukuthi such a panel of this stature and magnitude uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele, you've entrusted impilo zabantu bakho kubo. We pray egameni lika Jesu waseNazaretha ukuthi ube uNkulunkulu wabo nasekuseni, and we pray Father uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele that every resolution that comes from this meeting uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele, it be approved by you. And I pray that your Holy Spirit, oh God, will help us uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele to achieve each and every single thing that has been resoluted kule ndawo egameni lika Jesu. Sinikela lo mhlangano esandleni sakho ngoba uNkulunkulu wento yonke, uNkulunkulu ophumelelisa konke. Thatha udumo ekseni egameni lenkosi uJesu. Amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu dadewethu Mfene ngokusinyusela ngomkhuleko. Siyafisa uku-acknowledge bonke abakhona ndunankulu wesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga ukuthi usunathi icebisa. Siphinde samukele sibonge ukuthi ukhona usekela somlomo wesifundazwe saKwaZulu emvula. Siyabonga. Siyafisa ukusho ukuthi uma siqhubeka nohlelo zizoba khona nezixoliso. Siyafisa nje sibe upfront ukuthi usomlomo wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal udadewethu uNontembeko noThemba waka-Boys, she's writing her exams, so une commitment ye-study leave. But also sitholile isixoliso esivela ku-MEC uMavimbela unaphuthume khona entweni ye-disaster lapha eMlalazi, kodwa she will be joining us. Siyafisa ke siqhubeka ukusho ndunankulu ukuthi mhlawumbe while we are acknowledging, ngiyafisa sale sengeza ukuthi sesijoyine umphathiswa wezokuthuthiswa komnotho kwaZulu-Natal, ubaba uPhiley. Kodwa ke ngaphambi kokuba mhlawumbe siqhubeke kakhulu, Ward 19 kumasipala waseMhlathuze, sisesikhaleni senkosi uCetshwayo uMasila, siphansi kwe-district ekuthiwa iKing Cetshwayo. Siyafisa ukuthi sicele ukwamukelwa, but as part of uku-introduce, siyafisa uku-introduce our chief whip uDr uTonda Zimela. Sicela uzosamukela Mnguni esifundeni senkosi uCetshwayo.
Master of Ceremonies, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, KwaZulu ne-Natal futhi. Zonke izicukuthwane ezikhona engeke ngiyibale ngoba mangiyibala ngamagama khona ezosala. Abasebenzi bonke abakhona okuyibona abathuthukisa umnotho wezwe lethu. Mine is short, and mine is just to welcome you in this ward, which is Ward 19, in Esikhaleni Senkosi. In fact, it was Esikhayeni Senkosi because they used the as a dialect when they had to do this. And we welcome you at Umhlathuze, city of Umhlathuze, because I know, cousin, that if you hear the term Umhlathuze, you are not aware of the semantic applicability of the term. I think it is prudent today for me to give elucidation because there are those who don't know what does it actually mean. Abantu balena enkandla banomfula ekuthiwa Umhlathuze. La manzi mayesuka laphana mancane kakhulu abakwazi uwasebenzisa. Ngakho bayebethi uma bewabone geleza eza ngapha bethi hey badela abantu abawaphuza ngezansi ngoba thina ngapha owethu umhlathi awuhlafuni lutho ngalamanzi. Ngakho ke umhlathi uze owethu. Ngakho ke if you simply look at the formatives of this word, because a formative is that linguistic segment which carries the semantic applicability of the word. So siyanemukela ke eMhlathuze, semukela leli parliament labasebenzi. Angazi khuzeni njengondunankulu wa kule province yethu uthi ba aware yini abantu abasebenza ukuthi babaluleke kangakanani. Mhlasimpe ngesikhathi kuqala ukuba kube khona abantu ababasebenzi nanokuthi bafune amandla abantu ababasebenzi kwaqala kudala ko Eastern Germany khuzeni mhlambe umazi kangcono ke lo mbhemu lapho oKarl Marx bake basukele kanje ngababesuswe yini baqala indaba ukuthi hey asifune amandla ethu baze bathi let all the governing classes tremble before the communist revolution and the proletariats have nothing to lose in it but their chains. Proletariats of all countries unite in order to overthrow all the existing types of government and establish the communist government. No, angizukubuka. Engiqonde ukukusho ukuthi abasebenzi baqala lapho ukuba bebe lento abayiyo bathi abanendaba noma ungabancinya ubenzeni they have nothing to lose. Uma bethi bafuna imfuno zabo they have nothing to lose. Abancengi ngolalapha abasebenzi ngoba ngaphandle kweinsiza zabo abantu bayize. Kodwa iqiniso elihle basebenzi ukuthi uma ngabe uthola isalary you will never be rich. Kwathuleka ke manje. Uma uthola isalary ngeke ucebe ngoba umuntu akadalele ukusebenzela omunye umuntu. Kufanele azisebenzele yena. Ileyo nto le eyenza ukuthi axoshwe uKarl Marx lapha kubo eEastern Germany azabe seFrance. Njoba kuze kube namhlanje ekhuzeni iFrance iphethwe abasebenzi ngenxa yakho lokho. Nibabuke nje labo basebenzi ngelilanga bothatha umbuso wenu niphele nithi inyama ningalaleli. Ngithi ke nemukelekile kodwa nize nasi manisasebenza nithola isalary you will never be rich. If you get a salary you will never be rich. Angenza iexample manje. Niyazi yini basebenzi ukuthi uma ungasuyisebenze wena uthatha 1000 rand uthenge imbewu yamabhathati ka 1000 rand ingaba 1 million leyo mbewu. Seeds. You plant those seeds ngoba zincane. Bese ubona ukuthi uma usuyitshalile ma iseed iyothi izokunika 5 ama-butternuts definitely if you multiply a million by 5 you'll get 5 million and if you multiply that one you divide that by 10 and multiply it by 5 you get 25 million in 3 months and busubona ukuthi uthola malini ke wena ngonyaka noma ngeminyaka khona baze bafe bengayihlanganisanga imillion. They are poor because they are getting salaries. Go and work for yourselves so that you don't salary Because even if you get the salary, ukhona le yanto ekuthiwa intela, and there is that sucking of the rich for the poor. Kuthathwa bonke labantu abasebenzayo, imali yabe ethile ithatha izokhokhela abantu abangenzi. Ngisho ukuthi manisebenza abasebenzi nize nazi ukuthi kufanele nikulwele ukuthi wonke umuntu athole ukuzisebenzela yena ukuze ningathwali amahlombe enu abantu abancenayo abangamavila. iBhayibheli lithi ke the layered magni yetni ivila lingadli. With those short words ngithi ke nina bambani kahle lo mhlangano wenu, nilalele kahle, nithathe ama resolution ukuze
Siyabonga kakhulu baba Ngonyama ngokusamukela. Manje kuthiwe makuthiwa buwa wathi ngeke abuwe. So sithi sithola ihabulo kuthiwe bengelona kodwa ke kusondele khona. Kakhulukazi the ideology kaKarl Marx. Siyabonga kakhulu. Siyafisa ukuqhubeka samukele amalunga esishayamithetho asengenile. Siyathobeka Sotswebhu omkhulu wesishayamithetho ehambisana nosekela Sotswebhu nosekela sihlalo oyihlalo namalunga akhona esesijoyinile esishayamithetho. Siyabonga kakhulu. Siyafisa ukuveza noma ukuxolisa kuka Mayor we district. Uthumelile ukuthi ke bane council meeting ekhona manje ekseni. Abazokwazi ukuba nathi. Kodwa siyafisa ukukhumbuzisana ukuthi while we are celebrating Workers Month, sifisa ukubonga kakhulu. Mhlambe kungaba kancane ukubonga kwethu kodwa siyafisa ukusho ukuthi kusuka ekujuleni kweinhliziyo zethu. Ikakhulukazi labo abebe nabantu bakithi ngesikhathi sihlaseleke kakhulu ubhubhane. Abanye babo nabo wawubona ukuthi bariska ngeimpilo zabo kodwa bakhumbula the pledge abayenza. Siyabonga kakhulu. Siyohlale si indebted kuma services enu. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyafisa also ukuthi sikhumbuzisane ukuthi while we are celebrating Workers Month, it so coincide with the 20-year celebration of the African Union, and abasanduleleke noma esingathi bangabazali bethu basilekelela kakhulu entweni ye-identity. Esicabanga ukuthi ke kubalekile ukuthi siqhubeke ukuthi masithi we are Africans sisho ukuthini, we are being identified and being associated ikakhulukazi nezinto zobuntu. Sibonileke na nezinhlangano zabasebenzi uma sihlaselwa izikhukhula behlanganisa abangakuhlanganisa bethi bayonikela. Siyabonga kakhulu. We really appreciate i-initiative ebe nobuntu. Ayihambanga inganothisiwe. Sinothisile futhi we are really humbled by isenzo enisenzile sokuba nabantu bakithi ngeyikhathi zobunzima. Ngiyafisa also to introduce usihlalo, the leader of government business, who's also the MEC for finance in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Nomusa Dube Ncube Unzwakeye abangatheke kwandlwana. Siyabonga kakhulu dadewethu ngokuthi ube nathi. Ngifisa siqhubeke neprogram si outlineelwe i-purpose of this particular gathering. Ngifisa ukucela usekela somlomo esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal, Honorable RT Mthembu ukuthi ezokhuluma nathi. Nisiwe Mvula.
Angibonge. Phathi wohlelo. Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Baba Sihle Zikalala. The honorable members of the Executive Council, the honorable MPLs who are here and who are also on visual. The leaders and representative of mayors, speakers, councillors. Today I've got the chief whip, senior government officials, distinguished guests, manene and manenegas. Allow me to begin my remarks by providing a brief history of why we are here today. The May Day was a result of a heart-rending massacre in the United States of America during a protest rally convened as part of the struggle for better working conditions on May 4, 1886. Let's hope, Dr. Donda, they were not fighting to be rich by earning a salary, because that will never happen. This was after the founding convention of the National Labor Union had passed a resolution dealing with the shorter workday demand. During the protest rally, one of the protesters threw a bomb on the police, killing several police officers. The police returned the fire, killing more than 50 protesters. We also learned that the leaders of the march were tried and viciously sentenced to public hanging. In 1904, the International Socialist Conference meeting in Amsterdam resolved that all trade unions in the world should commemorate International Workers' Day on the 1st of May each year. The first May Day demonstration in South Africa were held in 1895. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our South African Parliament have passed a raft of laws that deal with labor issues. These have been done to improve the working conditions of the workers. South Africa's constitution also goes far in assuring workers' rights, such as the right to strike. It is public knowledge that before 1994, the exploitation of workers was a feature of life in South Africa for decades. The apartheid regime thrived on cheap labor. Workers have to contend with the migrant labor system, job reservation, and other oppressive practices. So as an institution that values and respects workers' rights, KwaZulu-Natal legislature then took a decision to hold annual workers' parliament, which serve as a platform where we analyze the challenges faced by the workers and try to find solutions to them. We are doing this because workers and their trade unions are at the economic heart of our country. It is the workers who mine the minerals, and produce the exports that fuel our growth. It is the workers who confront pandemics such as the HIV and COVID-19. It is workers who put the food on the tables and build the facilities that delivers the services that our people need. We are proud that our workers' parliament continue to yield handsome dividends as demonstrated by the provincial government's willingness to address issues raised during our annual sittings. As indicated in the program, our Honorable Premier will today provide an update on the implementation of last year's Workers' Parliament resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, today Workers' Parliament takes place at the time when our workers are facing an abundant challenges. When South Africa is plunged into the third recession in 2019, caused mainly by the global downsizing following the global crisis. It has been the working class that have been hardest hit by the massive retrenchment. As that was not enough, South Africa's economic doldrums have been worsened by the recent outbreak of COVID-19, which has also been which has caused many people losing their jobs as countless business crashed. We are told that 3 million South Africans have lost their jobs because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent lockdown. Researchers found that 3 million South Africans lost their jobs, while of those who managed to keep their jobs, 1.5 million did not have an income. The economy was also battered by the July unrest. Some of the businesses which were affected by the unrest have unfortunately not reopened, thus leaving workers hoping against hope. While some buildings which were torched have been repaired, there is still a sizable number that has not been fixed. The recent floods that occurred in April and this month have also added more burden on our economy and the delivery of services to our people. Our government is now circumstantially forced to allocate funds towards addressing damages caused by the floods. We applaud the government for its tireless effort aimed at assisting those affected by the floods. We also commend ordinary South Africans from different parts of the country who continue to lend a helping hand to mitigate the impact of the devastating floods. Words of appreciation also go to the members of legislature and staff who donated tons of goods which were delivered at the Disaster Management Center in Pietermaritzburg recently. The legislature will continue to keep a watchful oversight eye on how all funds allocated to both the floods, disaster, and COVID-19 to ensure that they are not mismanaged. The war in Ukraine has also not done us a favor. The war has led to the enormous fuel, wheat, maize prices, and our power utility, Eskom, is struggling to find diesel product. The challenges I have highlighted cannot be solved by government alone. We need to have multi-pronged strategies that also involve the labor federations. Without your organized participation, our effort to become more productive and competitive will not succeed. Your involvement can help our country meet the challenges of reshaping our economy to make us a force to be reckoned with in the world. With your help, our country will be put on the road to sustainable growth and job creation. It is our view that the economic challenges we face today are so huge that they cannot be solved by a stroke of a pen. For the African continent to emerge from the economic doldrums, it finds itself in will and will require more actions and decisions. It is therefore pleasing that messages conveyed during the Africa Day celebration held in the length and breadth of the continent on Wednesday this week focus mainly on the importance of a strong cooperation among African countries. The message we received during the Africa Day was a clear indication that Africans are excited about the recently adopted African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which will create the largest free trade area in the world measured by the number of countries participating. The pact connects 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined gross domestic product valued at 3.4 trillion US dollars. It has the potential to lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty, but achieving its full potential will depend on putting in place significant policy reforms and trade facilitation measures. As part of Africa Day celebration, our legislature held a highly successful webinar on Wednesday. It was attended by the diplomats, members of the legislature, academics, and our brothers and sisters from different African countries. Under the theme Strengthening Resilience in Nutrition and Food Security on the African Continent, the discussions, which were led by our speaker, Honorable Boyce, revolve around what needs to be done to ensure that the continent produces enough food for its populace and to export their produce to other countries. Ladies and gentlemen and esteemed guests, working with labor federations, we have developed a solid program for this year's Workers' Parliament. The program seeks to, among other things, to empower workers and to improve on how we address issues affecting the workers. This is why we have emphasized that the Premier, the MECs, and the head of department be part of this session. We have also invited different government entities to do presentation. As indicated by the program director, among the presentation we will have is the one that focuses on the implementation of social compact, employment creation, as well as the investment attraction. These topics are key as we have embarked on the country on the journey to rekindle our economy. We have also requested the National Treasurer to give you, as workers, update on attempt to expedite the Pension Fund Amendment Act that will allow workers to access funds during these harsh economic times. This is the crucial presentation as the matter continues to dominate the public space. Commissions, which will sit today immediately after the session, also go a long way in empowering our delegates on the work that each department does for the workers. To ensure that we have fruitful engagement, we have emphasized that department should assign senior managers to be part of the commissions. Discussions emanating from this parliament will be formulated into a report by the Standing Committee on Equality of Life. This report go through department portfolio committees so they may see throughout the year how the department have responded to the issues raised. On behalf of the legislature, we wish you a very successful, fruitful deliberation that will result in improved working conditions. We also want to commit ourselves that we will continue to hold sectoral parliament to ensure that we find lasting solution to challenges faced by different sectors. So keep an eye on our upcoming sectoral parliament, the youth parliament next month, the women's parliament in August, people with disability parliament, and the senior citizen parliament. With those words, anginibonge sithembe ukuthi ke uzohamba ngendlela esiyilindele noma kweqe. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Sekela Somlomo for outlining the program and the purpose why we are here. Ngiyafisa sizame ukwabamba lama minithanyana asuke alimala sisaqala. Ngiyafisa ukufaka isixoliso sika Honorable NP Nkonyeni. She has joined virtually because of other commitments. Kodwa ke siyakholwa ukuthi sizoba naye osukwini lakusasa. Ngifisa ke siqhubekele kwi-item elandelayo. Lapho sithola khona i-address by the Premier and feedback on implementation of 2021 Workers' Parliament resolutions. Siyacela Khuzeni uze uzokhuluma nathi.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Zulu, the leader of government business, Honorable Dube Ngube, who's also MEC for Finance, Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Mthembu, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Zuma, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Zungu, and my apologies, MEC for Economic Development, Tourism, Environmental Affairs, MEC Ravi Pillay, all members of the legislature who are with us today. And I must apologize that I arrived very early. So I was the first to arrive before members of the legislature arrive and before members of this parliament arrive, meaning before the workers arrive. So I arrived very early, and I'm in disadvantage because some arrive late, so I might have not seen all of you who need to be recognized sufficiently. And therefore, apologies for that. My sincere appreciation for being here, the leaders of the unions who have converged us today here. And before I commence with the task at hand, I must also indicate that as government, we take this forum and all other sectoral forums or sectoral parliaments very serious. Not only that we're here, but we have brought the senior management in government. We have the acting director general, Mr. Ngubane. We also have the head of Department of Finance, Ms. Karel Kutsi, a number of senior managers from almost all departments. And therefore, for us today, it is a call of duty that we stand before you to table the 2021 report to the Workers' Parliament of the people of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, compatriots, and all, the freedom and democracy that South Africa enjoys today were won because of the working class, and the working class was organized, militant, and agitated for the downfall of the tyranny of apartheid and racial segregation. Now, I'm sure that from the welcoming remarks presented by Councillor Dr. Donda, we can then begin to connect this class oppression he spoke about with the racial and gender oppression that persisted in this country for almost 362 years, no, 342 years. For 28 years, we've worked with the workers of this land to create a new society founded on human dignity and human solidarity. Day by day, we continue to work with workers of this country to give meaning to the vision of a South Africa which is truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, equal and prosperous. On the 25th and 26th of June, 1955, when the multiracial Congress of the People met in Kliptown to adopt the Freedom Charter, the trade union movement was ably represented by the then South African Congress of Trade Unions, SACTU, which later became COSATU. And they ensured that the aspirations and demand of workers are represented in the Freedom Charter. The Freedom Charter delegates and envisage a South Africa that will give full franchise regardless of race, class, gender, location, or status. They envision a participatory democracy where ordinary men and women will sit as equal and find common solution to challenges of our country. In a country where laws that affected majority were crafted by a minority, the Congress of the People declared that, I quote, "the people shall govern," close quote. It is in this regard that the pro-poor pro-centered, and activist legislature of KwaZulu-Natal hold sittings of the Workers' Parliament to ensure that workers, as the key motive force for fundamental change, are able to raise issues that affect them and suggest way forward on how these could be resolved. Honorable Chair, last year on the 28th of May, we held a virtual Workers' Parliament under the theme, I quote, reconstructing our economy for decent jobs and retrenchment, promote safety workplaces and healthy communities as we advance herd immunity against COVID-19, close quote. In this context, we wish to applaud the KwaZulu-Natal Workers' Parliament for being seized with the most critical question of our day. We commend them for their impassionate interest in the state of the economy. Uma-ke legislature speaker, bengizobe sengicela ukuthi umkhuzi uchief whip ngoma nje engathi uyagamanxe ngokungamukelekile ngokwemthetho yesishamthetho. Kodwa ngiyaxolisa ukuhwipha uhwip bengubani na mina ngiyayixolisela. Honorable Chair, in this context, we applaud the workers for being seized with the most critical questions of our day. We commend the workers for their impatient interest in the state of the economy of our province, in categorically advancing that it must be transformed and de-racialized to bring greater participation of Blacks in general and Africans in particular, who 3 decades into democracy remains the face of poverty, unemployment, inequality, and underdevelopment. I say all of this because kule lizwe siphila kulo abampofu kuseyilabo abamnyama, iningi labo abesifazane, iningi labo liseyindaweni zasemalokishini nasemakhaya. You will be pleased to know that yesterday at Umthonjaneni local municipality, we unveiled a multi-million rand support program by Airtia through Itala to transform the subsidized bus transport industry to bring more African players in this sector, the sector of the public transport. Working together with the Provincial Department of Transport, our provincial government is unambiguous about the implementation of radical economic transformation using our developmental state to correct market distorted and bring back people at the center of the mainstream economy. So yesterday, I took time to explain basebenzi. Ngibonga okokuqala ukuthi umnyango ngaphansi ka-MEC Pillay usebenzisana nomnyango kaMama Nkonyeni wakhele abantu basemakhaya imisebenzi epermanent engu-71, and le misebenzi ibala mechanical engineering nokuningi. And mangithe emakhaya le misebenzi permanent isendaweni yaseMthonjaneni. Kodwa ngase ngikhumbuza nje abantu baseMthonjaneni ukuthi hey, kade saqala ukuzama ukuthuthukisa lezi indawo zangapha. Ngabakhumbuza ukuthi imigwaqo enetiyela bayiqala ngo-MEC uNdebele. Bekhona-ke amakhosi ekhona ephelele avuma. Kwavuma amakhosi besiwobanike thina ukuphikisa amakhosi usengaphika nje oyiphikelayo. Ngabakhumbuza ukuthi lapha kwesakabiyela kunama game reserves amahle la iningi labantu bakwesakabiyela lapha beqaqashwe khona. And lawa ama game reserves akhiwa ngoba sathi kwa-Etia asivumelani ukuthi laba ngoba bafuna uku-investa kodwa banayo indawo enkulu aba-investe thina mese sibavulela sivule i-reserve i-game reserve kahulumeni ihluhluwe umfolozi game reserve babe ne-access kuyo abantu abaya ngale badlulele ngala kuthina nathi abeza ngakuthina ngala ehluhluwe game reserve badlulele ngale ngakubona. Namuhla lawo ma game reserves akhona yasebenza ayi-5 star. Ubukhosi amakhosi amane akuleya ndawo anesakhiwo esine percentage yok-owner lama game reserves, and that's what this liberation movement have achieved. Sase sibachazela futhi ukuthi hey uke kwaba nenkingana lapha Olundi imayini ingasebenzi sangenelela sathi inkinga yala ukuthi yonke into abantu nje ba-interacta nayo ngoba bona bayasebenza nabantu bendawo ake beparticipate. Ayi lafika ithala salibiza ngahamba nalo sahlangana nesilo esesikhotheme sase sihlangana nabemayini. Hayi kwakhiwa nje kahle ukuthi hayi nabantu bendawo abaparticipate la. Ithala lafanda amabhasi laselifanda omunye ukuthi hayi akathole yena ibhizinisi lokuthutha amalahle. Hayi abantu bendawo baparticipate yavulwa imayini kuyasetshenzwa kuhle namuhla. Izolo uMEC player nganitshena ngithe ngisayisho le ndaba ngithi khona oyiyouth owayekhona kulesi structure wamani wasukuma kwasho yena ukuthi mina ngabenefit ukuthola amabhasi athutha ngaphakathi. Ngabakhumbuza ukuthi uyabona la esikhona namuhla eKing Cetshwayo eMhlathuze through i-youth business fund sifande abantu abasha abathatha into elahliwe bayikhande yakhe umnotho, bathatha amabhodlela alahliwe bawarecyclishe bakhanda amaglass. I-youth yala eMhlathuze eMpangeni, and siyayisalutha lemzamo yani yoluhla. Manje ngiyaxolisa Somlomo ngiyafisa umphendula lothu ba wakhanda ithala. Ithala salithola kuyi-instrument ekahle kodwa engasebenzi ngendlela. Kwakuyi-instrument eyakhelwe ukuthi abacindezeli bakwazi ukuthi basinikeze nje okokuphila mase bethatha konke bona. Babe kusho bona laba namuhla abakhuluma bebuza ukuthi ubani wakha. Babethi half a loaf is better than nothing. Sathi masifika thina sathi there is no half a loaf that is better than nothing. People deserve the full loaf. Uma siya lapho siyonikeza abantu abambhasi ashonga ukuthi you will get half a loaf. Sibanikeze wonke amabhasi awu-14. Uma sinikeza amakhosi access to own shares kuma-game reserves asishongo ukuthi half a loaf sithi sizonika ni-participate ni-owne nilethe abantu bendawo basebenze. Uma sinikezela i-youth yala empangeni sabanikezela be-youth yabantu abamnyama singasho ukuthi half a loaf is better than nothing, sathi take everything on top of that sizonifunela i-market. I didn't want to enter into these details, but I was invited by a certain unparliamentary member to venture into these details. We are proud to see workers in the Workers' Parliament focusing on issues that affect the well-being and the health of the working class. In a practical sense, we pay tribute to the leaders of the workers who recognize that in a developmental state, workers do not only demonstrate their significance through the force of strike, but they also partner in development with government. Without the patriotic working class, government alone cannot succeed in building a capable developmental state that will decisively intervene in the economy to deal with the root causes of underdevelopment, poverty, and unemployment. As we continue to battle against COVID-19, we salute all workers who felt along this journey, but equally, we want to appreciate the role the workers played in protecting the lives of many people. KwaZulu-Natal have suffered devastating floods in April and last weekend. We pay tribute to many workers of our country and our province who lost their lives in effort to save our lives. Some of them pass away while on duty. Many families are still praying to find the bodies of their loved ones. We are concerned that some members who were workers in eThekwini municipality, at least their bodies were found yesterday. Bamuke ngempela sonto ngomgqibelo ebusuku abasebenzi beSAMU ababili. Kuze kwathatha ukuthi kube izolo la betholakala khona. Bengafisa ukuthi through sihlalo sibahloniphe bona nabo bonke abanye abasebenzi bakahulumeni abasebenzi ezimbonini ezihlukahlukene abaluze impilo zabo either with COVID or through lama disaster ebesinabo. Sibahloniphe ngokuthi sisukume si observe a moment of silence in their respect. May the life of our departed compatriot rest in peace. Amen. On behalf of the provincial government, Honorable Chair, we wish to applaud unions and labor federations for all the relief assistance they provided to families affected by floods. We can say, without any fear of contradiction, that workers have lived up to their motto of an injury to one is an injury to all. On this occasion, it is important to salute the workers of COSATU who took their May Day and dedicated it to support the victims of flood through donating goods that worth 500,000, and we salute that. We equally wish to salute the effort of the PSA, which on the 1st of May raised goods and donated it to people of eThekwini who were affected by floods, and we want to thank them for that. We are aware, Honorable Chair, that as we meet, a number of South African workers are on strike for better wages, especially in a situation of rising cost of living. We hope that an amicable and satisfactory solution will be found for the Sibanye workers who have been on strike for almost 3 months. We know that South African, the SARS employees are also on strike. We are not oblivion to the disappointment of workers in the public service who are aggrieved with our government's failures to raise salaries. As we meet, there is a great concern in the country about the rising cost of food, some of which is as a result of the escalation of prices due to fuel price, as well as the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Honorable Chair, I'm sure the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, realized how I'm trending careful on this matter. I don't want to say it's war or what. I will stick on the conflict as it is defined by many. And I believe that is consistent with the view of workers. At this stage, Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight some of progress and responses to the resolutions of last year's Workers' Parliament. The report itself is exhaustive, but some MECs will today take opportunity to provide greater details in terms of how far we've gone with the implementation of the resolutions. Honorable Chair, the 2021 Workers' Parliament resolved that 1, KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council must be strengthened and supported to implement its social compact mandate. Advance economic transformation and fight against the exorbitant petrol and paraffin price hike. Convening of the Provincial Jobs Summit to discuss opportunities and measures for creation of jobs. Government to embark on an exercise to investigate whether mining in KwaZulu-Natal is sufficiently benefiting our people. There must be joint effort by government, business, and labor to end retrenching. Government should develop business portal that will encompass or collect data of all companies operating in the province and their role in economic development and transformation. Honorable Chair, I therefore wish to report that Action Work Group comprised of membership of the 4 social partners for the 14 sectors identified within Economic Recovery Plan and Social Compact have been established to drive the implementation of the Social Compact. MEC Pillay will definitely provide more detail in this regard. ETIA is the lead department that implements economic transformation through Operation Vula, as well as the economic recovery plan that we are implementing, focusing on the 14 sectors. The Economic Council will be hosting a provincial jobs summit in the 4th quarter of this year. The provincial government conducted a detailed study on mining activities in the province as it was formulating the mineral beneficiation strategy. The study identified the socio-economic benefit of mining various minerals. The study will be updated to take into account the directive of the Workers' Parliament working with the Department of Mineral Resources, who are the custodian of mining. But I must also say, we are hands-on in dealing with a number of challenges that affect the mining companies in KwaZulu-Natal. These include the Zululand Mining Company, as well as the Richards Bay Mining Company, the Richards Bay Mineral. Further, on the 1st of October 2021, Geoscience Institute made a presentation on the availability of natural deposit in KwaZulu-Natal. The presentation was tabled at the Executive Council after being processed with economic sectors. This resolution has been completed and contribution emanating from sectors were incorporated into the Provincial Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan. ATI is currently in a process of establishing a marketplace portal with the intention of onboarding provincial companies on trading purposes. With regard to the second resolution, or the second package of resolution, on a number of resolutions adopted, we wish to report as follows on effort to save jobs, as well as to create more jobs, including local procurement. One, led by Treasury, the Provincial Supply Chain Management Unit has embarked on training for local content production. Treasury is ensuring that all departments and municipalities should include local content in their specification. The National Department of Labor, through its entity, Productivity South Africa, roll out programs to assist companies in distress in collaboration with the CCMA. In the 2021-2022, the province managed to create a total of 147,824 job work opportunities through EPWP. This is 15% above the then set target. Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is at an advanced stage with the implementation of 5 agri-hubs across the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and one of those agri-hubs is earmarked to be constructed here in Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone. It will, Honorable Chair, be the first time where the industries and agricultural manufacturing operate within the same precinct in a way that complement each other. Through the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Sport Confederation has embarked on a process of providing 200 food vouchers to legends of the Sports Federation. We've linked a number of companies with DTIC to ensure that they are cushioned from the effect of COVID-19 as well as the unrest. A partnership is in place to support companies that are uninsured, which are operating in townships and rural areas, and they got affected by either COVID or unrest or the recent floods. The Human Resource Development Council, led by the Premier, is engaging with key stakeholders on skills development, including the implementation of the 4th Industrial Revolution. We're doing so with an understanding that we must protect the existing jobs, but prepare the labor force for a situation where we transcend to embrace the full 4th Industrial Revolution operation. Honorable Chair, the Department of Human Settlement has awarded 13 bursaries for 2021 academic year. These include workers that will focus on work integrated learning programs. The department also continues with short courses that trained workers. Currently, the initiative by Transnet on Durban and Richards Bay Port are geared to ensure job creation and retention, which is supported by the KZN government. KZN is rolling out the implementation of Black Industrialists in partnership with the Department of Trade, Industries and Competition. The filling of posts within the government department is continuing, and we have tried to start with the Department of Education. The Department of Education reports to this Workers' Parliament that it prioritizes local content. Given the current floods, the Department of Agriculture has reprioritized its budget to support farmers affected by floods. Equally, the government will support all companies that were affected by floods through the grant that is provided by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We do all of this to intervene on the resolution by the Workers' Parliament, which call on the government to embark on all effort to protect jobs, ensure localization, and ensure that we create more jobs. On fighting crime, on fighting corruption, during our last sitting, Honorable Chair, during the last sitting of the Workers' Parliament, workers resolved on the following. The state must use all its available resources and institutions to root out corruption and maladministration in all its institutions. Those found to have transgressed must be immediately removed and not be allowed to assume any position in state institutions. Law enforcement must be empowered to investigate, prosecute, and bring to book any individual or organization that has been found to be corrupt or is alleged to be corrupt. In the fight against corruption, we therefore wish to report the following. The Office of the Premier is implementing the National Anti-Corruption Strategy Framework, which was approved in November 2020. In addition, the province has drafted the Provincial Implementation Plan. The plan calls on civil society to work with government against corruption through different programs. The Provincial Misconduct Database is now in place and updated on regular with names of officials conducted for wrongdoing. The Integrity Management and Forensic Investigation Unit has a forensic investigation component that is resourced to investigate allegations of corruption. We're also pleased to report that newly amended Z83 application forms also forces candidates to disclose all forms of disciplinary actions during the course of employment, which ensures transparent recruitment processes. And therefore, umuntu obaleke kwi-disciplinary hearing kwenye department angeke kusaba lula ukuthi angene kwenye i-department. And uma kwenzekile wa-provide information wrong, uzobanjwa akhishwe kuleyo department ngisho sengenile kuyo. The Department of Human Settlement has conducted a fraud and ethic risk assessment, and the risk identified are recorded. The risk identified are recorded in the register of the department. Agriculture continues to fight corruption through its unit, as it called internal control, labor relations, and legal services. Policies such as fraud prevention and response, whistleblowing are developed, and awareness workshops are conducted. Public Works has also approved the same strategy to fight corruption. Social Development reported that 8 officials that were suspended to have been involved in irregular procurement of PPEs for COVID-19 were all suspended, charged criminally, and subjected to disciplinary actions. The 3 misconduct hearings were concluded. 1 official was demoted and suspended without pay for 2 months. Another official was demoted and 1 was given a final warning. The misconduct matter for other 4 has not been finalized. Prosecution has been declined in 2, but others are continuing. The Department of Community Safety and Liaison has succeeded to obtain freezing orders to the value of 26 million in corruption cases. I must report that through the intervention we made in the Department of Social Development, companies that were awarded contract in the PPE for COVID and the blanket were also subjected to prosecution, and 2 of those companies cooperated and they have paid back the money that was supposed to be paid back. Promotion of health and wellness in workplaces as the 3rd cluster of resolutions. The Department of Public Works conducted 33 awareness and preventative sessions during the period of 21-22 financial year. Office of the Premier is implementing an employment health and wellness strategy which focuses in risk audit, psychosocial support, wellness information sessions, health and wellness screening, establish structures and committees. COVID-19 compliance officers should be appointed. The Department of Art and Culture report that it has a functional structures that deals with issues of health and wellness at work and also minimization of spread of COVID-19. In respect of Treasury, the recently reviewed and approved structure of the department caters for a dedication OHS specialist to ensure full compliance with the Act. Currently, the function is performed by a contract employee until the post is full permanent. Honorable Chair, we have taken time to give detail in terms of clustered resolutions as taken by the last Workers' Parliament. We did so because we believe that this Parliament is an expression of the Freedom Charter itself, that people shall govern. The summary presented gives only an overview of provincial response to the resolutions adopted in 2021. It is far from the exhaustive report. You will see in it, for instance, that the journey covered by departments in terms of the implementation of policies is too huge, and therefore we couldn't cover all details. This includes the implementation of the National Health Insurance, which we believe that if at some point we were to be given opportunity, the Department of Health could give details in terms of the work being done. We hold this Workers' Parliament on the eve of the conference, of the policy conference of the ruling party, the African National Congress. We encourage workers from various political formations to read the policy discussions document that the governing party has released to the public. We look forward to your contribution so that we can enrich policy debate, especially insofar as they relate to transforming the socio-economic landscape of South Africa to ensure that the gains of South African working class are always protected. This is the time for workers of our country to unite and fight together to advance their interest and to help improve the living conditions
I recognize the Premier, the Deputy Speaker, Leader of Government Business, um, leadership of unions and delegates to this Workers' Parliament, MPLs, traditional leaders, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, good morning, Sanbonani. The program director is insisting that I still have only 10 minutes to make this presentation. So I'm going to try, and I trust you'll give me some flexibility, because the presentation that will be distributed to you, if it has not been distributed already, is made up of some 40 slides. So I'll try and move with speed because the subject matter is quite vast. But let me start because I might not have time at the end to wish you successful deliberations. And as you will see, workers or labor as a collective is a key sector, an equal partner in the Economic Council and what we call the Social Compact, which I will try to explain to you just now. But let me also not lose a bit of my politics and refer to the Deputy Speaker's reference to the history of workers' struggle. It's a timeless reminder. And also the Chief Whip, when I think all of us were surprised when the Chief Whip quoted that famous saying from Karl Marx, workers of the world unite, you have nothing to lose but your chains. Now looking at the delegates, Nobala, Kabazela, I'm saying, I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember Fossatu. Fossatu was a predecessor to COSAT, and it was a very interesting time of our history. But I had a chat with the Chief Whip, and it seems that he also has a history in the labor movement. The point I'm making is that if you know the debates of Fossatu at that time, and then subsequently how we are unable to maintain unity, and we have splits, it's something that we must confront as a key issue for us as a society, as a country, as political parties, and as unions. Fragmented, we are weak. United, we are strong. So I'm starting with that because that's the principle of the Economic Council and the Social Compact. In 2009, when we were faced with the recession, and I was not part of that initiative at that time, but it has a history. The provincial government took the initiative and formed the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council. And that Economic Council is made up of government, business, labor, and civil society. And hopefully with time, some of the slides will try to demonstrate that. I think we try to respect the position that these are all four equal partners in the Economic Council and in the Social Compact. So that's the institutional format where we try to engage as social partners. So this presentation now will try to talk through the purpose. I'm not sure if it's being flighted. Parliamentary Secretariat, I think the presentation was sent to you. If you can see if you can flight it so members can follow. And also the hard copies, please, if you can get it distributed. But I'll try to talk to it to manage time. So the Economic Council in recent times has been seized with the issues that we are all confronting. And that is the impact of COVID, the impact of the unrest, the impact of the floods. If there's time, we'll talk about the relief measures that have been put in place. We'll talk about the economic recovery plan that has been put in place, which the Premier referred to, in the 14 sectors. And we'll talk about the social compact, which means how do we come together in a much stronger way as government, labor, business, and civil societies to deal with practical issues, where we can honestly put issues on the table and discuss them. We accept that we will not agree on everything, but we need to find those which we agree on and implement it. I don't think any one of us, any of the social partners will disagree that the effects of the floods must be dealt with. So how do we all put our hands together to make that happen? Even the unrest, as bad as it was, brought us together in a very strong way, determined to say that we will do everything necessary to recover KwaZulu-Natal. And the report will try to talk to that as well. And then we will talk to you about the social partners' obligations and challenges, the investment pipeline that we have, and what are the necessary conditions for economic growth and what we call KZN bouncing back. I must really apologize that you don't have at least the hard copies, because you'll be able to follow. But I hope I'll be able to present in a way that you can still follow. And I'm sure we'll ensure that when you are in the commissions, at least you have the hard copies. So at the time the Economic Council was formed, we were dealing with the recession. And all of us recall the recession, the collapse of the banks in the United States, the impact on the world economy. And we've been grappling with that for several years. That had an impact on our economic growth. At that time, from 2009 to about 2014-15, we had what was called a counter-cyclical approach. In other words, it says when the times are good, you save your money and your budgets. When the times are bad, you use your savings to try to make things a little more bearable for the communities and for our people. So, but that meant a little bit of borrowing. That little bit of borrowing became a little bigger borrowing. And then when the economy has not been growing, then your debt catches up with you. And that is what it's a big part of what we are grappling with at a macro level. So to illustrate it, I think there's about 300 billion rand of our national budget now must go towards servicing our debt. So just imagine in your own home, if you buy something, you borrow money, and then you keep borrowing to pay what you've borrowed, then eventually with the interest, your basic salary goes. And that's the danger we have to grapple with. So that was the recession which brought that. Then, of course, the unrest the COVID-19 hit us. We had the relief packages. We had the 3 months hard lockdown. We can't underestimate I see the slides are on, so we can follow with the slides now. So the unrest hit us. COVID-19 hit us. And I just want to deal briefly with the relief efforts that were put out. You'll know in the public narrative, they'll say, where is this 500 billion rand and so on and so on. Now, just to stimulate your own debates, it never was it was intended to be 500 billion. Of that 500 billion, 200 billion was supposed to be what is called the credit guarantee scheme. That was between the Reserve Bank and the banks, supposed to lend money to businesses who wanted to borrow. And the state was supposed to guarantee it. For whatever reason, there was never a big take up. In fact, it's closed now. Only 18 billion rand of the 200 billion was borrowed. Of course, that needs to be repaid. Then we had monies allocated to the TERS scheme, Temporary Employee Relief Scheme, monies allocated to the top up on the grants, including the 350, and on the social side, and tax reliefs and so on. And that is how that was made up in terms of the COVID response. Of course, the 350 was a big part of that, which was subsequently extended. Then we had the unrest. And in the unrest, that's something I would urge workers to engage on. Because we've got to understand it, we've got to characterize it, we've got to say why it won't happen again. And that's a key issue that the Economic Council is seized with. How we as government, workers, business, and civil society can give out a message to say it won't happen again because we are taking remedial action. You must be able to say it with confidence and conviction. Immediately after the unrest, the Premier led an aggressive program, meeting with the diplomatic corps and investors. It was really intensive, and we held the line a bit. Most of the businesses said they're staying, but they have concerns. And later we'll give you a list of new investments that are still rolling out, but that question still remains. Will it happen again? We are saying we're going to do everything we can do to ensure it doesn't happen again. We're ensuring that KZN is open for business, KZN is bouncing back. But we've got to reinforce that message. And the workers will be a very powerful voice in that reinforcement. So whatever our issues and challenges, we must be able to maintain our stability that advances a message that investors can come in. Because our balance sheet is not strong enough for us at the moment for us to create our own jobs. We require investors, both international and domestic, to be able to open up and invest. So that's a very important part of the challenge that we face as the Economic Council, and I think the workers themselves have a very important role to play in giving that particular message. In that in that unrest, the relief measures were largely twofold. There were those who were insured, therefore they were covered by what is called SASRIA. SASRIA was about 25 billion, that's they pay a premium every month and they were covered. The uninsured was covered by 2.4 billion allocation, and broadly it was 70% KZN and 30% Gauteng, because that's where the unrest was. Those relief was largely effected through the national departments, DTI, CFA, Department of Tourism, small business development. Of course, we're now dealing with the floods, and that yesterday we were at an Economic Council meeting quite coincidentally, and we gave a report on the quantification of the floods. The Premier has already spoken to it, spoken about lives lost, people missing, 6,500 houses totally damaged, another 6,500 partially damaged. There are shelters that have to be serviced. Serious damage to water, electricity, and sanitation. And all of you, wherever you live, if you were in eThekwini, you probably experienced the impact on roads. All that recovery has to take place. So in the Economic Council, we try to also establish what are the priorities. So for example, the harbor is a priority, and Transnet has done a pretty good job in making sure that 1,300 trucks a day that go in and out can continue to operate. eThekwini, Premier always cites this example of eThekwini restoring the Umlazi Bridge and road within 5 days, which was an exemplary example. Today, the N2 South at Ifracombe is supposed to be reopening. So there are many examples where we are systematically recovering. In water and electricity, in the first few days after the floods last month, only 40% in water and 45% in electricity, if not less, was actually working. That's how bad it was in the first few days. But it required a very, very concerted effort by all levels of government working together, where in respect of water and electricity, we now have between 85 to 90% recovery, with Twangat being an example which still has problems. So even these are issues that are discussed at the Economic Council to say what are the priorities to be dealt with. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to just go to slide 9 quickly, just to say to you, these are the surveys that are done to get a sense of which sectors in the economy were affected. And if we go to the next slide, that just gives you a relief measures. Yes, that's the one. If you can go to the next slide. Okay, it's slide 10 on my. This just gives you a list of all the relief measures for your information. You can, I think, engage on it in the commissions. If we move to slide 11, these are just geographical breakdown per each district, the numbers of businesses that were impacted upon that came out in the survey. And then if we go to slide 12, that just gives you a breakdown by sector, which I'm not going to go into in detail. Next slide is important because this talks to the economic recovery plan. I'm not seeing a number on mine. Yes, that's the one. So in the economic recovery and transformation plan that we developed in the Economic Council and consulted widely, we said we're not going to have a spray and pray approach. In other words, we're not going to come out with general programs. We want to understand our economy in KwaZulu-Natal. And we are quite fortunate that we are a diverse economy. In other words, we don't rely on just one sector. So if you look at a country like Venezuela, which will be in a good space now because the oil price is high. But not too long ago, in fact, a year ago, for the last 5 years, they've been having serious difficulty because the oil price collapsed and the economy went into crisis. Now, we are a diverse economy. And we've broken up our economy into 14 sectors, and it's listed on the slide there, from agriculture to clothing and textile, the creative industries, the finance, which is the banks and other financial institutions, the ICT, the health sector, manufacturing. Manufacturing is a big sector. About 14% of our GDP is from KZN, is from manufacturing. So when you talk about Toyota, for example, that's a big example of our manufacturing sector. By the way, Toyota, as you all know, is not working optimally at the moment. They're not in production because they were hit by the floods. That will bring us to the point of climate change, which there's a slide on it, but I might not have time to deal with it. So a key task then in the Economic Council becomes, how do we respond to climate change? How do we look at the stormwater management systems? How do we look at the macro planning? There's an issue around Shongweni Dam, which overflowed and was part of the cause. Now, workers in municipalities are key to this issue because they understand the systems. They understand what is required to maintain them, for them to be efficient. Even if you can't stop a flood, because this flood was 305 millimeters in 24 hours, the highest in recorded history. Even if you can't stop it, you can mitigate it. So if your bridges jam or your pipes jam, then it makes the impact even worse. So that requires a collective effort. So when I come back to Toyota and the Durban South Basin, so I think there's 32,000 workers who are currently affected by not being able to go to work. So the Economic Council, the issue was raised that we're engaging DTIC to see if we can have a kind of TERS, extended TERS scheme, because the companies might not be able to carry the workers for 4 or 5 months while the repairs are happening. So this is an example of a current critical issue, which the Economic Council becomes a platform for. A sector, I'm just picking a few here. The informal number 8 is an informal sector. We're saying the informal sector must be treated as a proper sector. Yes, it represents the poorest of the poor with the lowest income, but it's a very big sector. We're also saying that in other parts of the world, like India, for example, 50% of jobs are created in the informal sector. So we've got to learn from what's happening in other parts of the world. So how do we support the informal sector to assist in that job creation? And that talks to facilities, it talks to licensing, it talks to water and sanitation availability, it talks to a little bit of help for stock purchasing, especially after a flood. So that's the next a sector. Mining and mineral beneficiation, Premier spoke about it. Oceans economy is receiving a lot of attention from us. We want to 3,000 kilometers of coastline we have in South Africa. In KwaZulu-Natal, we have 600 kilometers of coastline. We have two of the biggest harbors, Richards Bay and Durban Port. To what extent are we maximizing the opportunities that come from that oceans economy? Premier always says that, I think, I'm not sure if it's changed now, Premier, but at one stage, there were 4,000 ships that would travel across the coast of South Africa. I can't recall whether it was every week or every day. I think it was every week. But in South Africa, we didn't own a single ship. We're trying to change that, trying to look at small harbors and so on. So that's part of the economic recovery as the oceans economy. Tourism has always been a pillar of our economy, decimated by COVID-19. A lot of waiters and all those in the tourism industry have been off work for some time. We thought January, February, March, we were doing quite well. The tourism industry was showing a serious bounce back. The Easter weekend was supposed to be our bumper recovery story, but that was the week of the floods. So we've got to rebuild now towards July vacation as a tourism period. Okay. Okay. I'm asking the program director, am I okay? She's telling me as I wrap up. Okay, there's a slide there which shows a, okay, unfortunately this one doesn't seem to be numbered. Let me then say that while we are dealing with these 14 sectors, we can go to slide 15. So we want to, and we've got work streams. Kawazela will be able to tell you about these work streams for each sector. So in each of these sectors, we're saying we can't just have one meeting every 2 months and discuss broadly. We must do some hard, detailed work. So we have work streams for each sector. In those work streams are representative of each social partner, that is business, labor, civil society, and government. And I want to challenge you to make a stronger participation in those work streams, because that's where you'll determine the content and influence the direction. So, but we're saying those sectors, they have some cross-cutting issues. This talks to our fundamental transformation mandate. So when we talk about the township and rural economy, which is a comprehensive strategy on its own, the township and rural economy strategy must be a cross-cutting issue in almost all those sectors. How are those sectors impacting on the township and rural economy? How are they adding value to it? So the social compact is a basis for long-term economic development and growth. And in many industrial countries today, it underpins their model. Of course, entrepreneurship development, which is the box on the right-hand side, our traditional focus areas, women, youth, military, veterans, and then as I spoke about was the informal economy, must underpin those 14 sector approach. So the call for the social compact, you will recall, was made by this president. It was repeated by our premier, and we are now trying to build the social compact. So I think we're fairly effective at the provincial level, where we're having meaningful engagement, meaningful exchange of information, meaningful participation in influencing of decision making. But that's not enough, because if the social compact is just there at the high level, moyeni, as they say, then it's not enough. It can't be an ivory tower social compact. It must go to the ground. So that's what we are busy with at the moment, is a rollout of the social compact to each district. Because these social partners need to come together at the district level to solve the problems that you have at the district level. Also, each district is different in its economy. So I can't go to Mkhanyagude and talk about motor vehicle manufacturing, because it's unlikely that I will ever be able to do a motor vehicle manufacturing in Mkhanyagude. Maybe a supplier park is another story. But the point is, in each district, you look at what are your competitive advantages, what makes up the economy in your area, how do you strengthen it? But we're also saying that the social compact must look at some very basic issues. Because today, as we sit, water, electricity, and sanitation are not just social issues, they are key economic issues. I must say, Premier, you know, we have to deal with factories and big businesses that say, how do we expect them to operate without water? So when you go to, I come from a district called Ugu, and we all should know that Ugu has been having water problems for some time. That's a tourism economy with a tourism pillar. How do I market, or how do they market Ugu tourism to visitors to come when they might not have water? So it becomes a key issue. Again, Abasebenzi is an important part of that water equation. Because how have the systems been maintained? How have the budgets been spent? What were the priorities? It's the workers themselves who will have the best idea of what went wrong, or more importantly, what it is necessary to put it right. So that social compact at the district level in Ugu, it's critical to have the voice of workers in the solution and the way forward. So that's what we are busy now with, is rolling out the social compact to the local areas. The last point I want to make is, and again at the Economic Council yesterday, the point was made. There is a slide with a fair amount of good news. Let me not be one-sided. There's a fair amount of good news. We understand the strategic strengths of our province as KwaZulu-Natal, mainly because of the two harbors and the N3 route to Gauteng and Southern Africa that gives us serious competitive advantages. But we've also, and this is something we could control, there's been a narrative that's developed that constantly tries to paint us in a negative light. Are we a lawless province? Are we a backward province? Should there ever be any argument that an investor will say, no, I don't want to go and invest in KZN because of X, Y, and Z? We need to have a common approach to business forums, and we are engaging with business forums, Amadele Ngubona and the like. We're engaging them, and our message is clear. If you're going to behave in a mafia protection racket kind of way that is criminal, the law must take its course. If you want to talk about genuine empowerment, then our doors are open, because that is our policy. We're currently dealing with a draft MOU with an organization called Black Business Federation. Their workers must make their voices heard on issues like that as well, because we want to deal with the hard issues and not put them under the carpet. But the end, I think we must have confidence. We are a resilient province. We are a resilient people. And we shouldn't be shy to say KZN is a special province. We are special because of our history. We are special because of our people. We are special because of our strategic location for the South African economy. And there's no reason why we can't get out of the current crises and build a strong and vibrant economy that creates the thousands of jobs that we need across all sectors. Thank you for listening. I wish you a successful Workers' Parliament.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pillay, for the presentation. We will take the next speaker. That will be presenting virtually the UCCMA representative, Unolundi shows. May I request that when we are, those who have connected virtually,
Asiza Program Director.
We can't hear you. Sorry, you're not audible.
We can't hear a ping. Can you try to connect us again?
Instead, ngingacela i-response from umuntu ozwakala respond. Am I audible?
Yeah, it's better.
You're audible now. We can hear you now, Chairperson.
Thanks. Ukhona umbuzo oqhamukayo la. Ngizofisa nje ngihlonipha ngoba i-former member yeSAM. Cha nobhala sivumelene ukuthi asizoza sonke physically because alikapheli kahle leli demoni elikhona esithi uCovid-19. Bakhona abapresentayo abayibekile izathu engagcina mhlambe igcina zisiphoqa ukuthi nathi siphume sonke la. Yes, bakhona abacelile and bese kubonakala ukuthi sekuwumzuzu wokugcina. Nolundi, are you connected?
Good day. I am connected, but we're trying to put the camera on. I'm using my colleague's laptop. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Are you having a challenge in putting the camera on?
Yes, we're having a challenge of putting the camera on, but I can hear you now. You're audible. But the challenge is the camera now.
Singamvumela aqhubeke. Siyabonga kakhulu. Sicela uqhubeke ke with the presentation.
So I must continue in the absence of the camera. Okay, I will have to continue because.
Sicela uqhubeke.
Okay.
For minutes.
Good afternoon, Sanbonani. Commissioner Shazi from the CCMA. I'm not sure if I'm audible to everybody that side. I'm just checking. Am I audible to everybody that side? Hello? Good afternoon.
Nolund, you are audible. Would you please
okay.
continue with your presentation?
Okay, no, thank you so much. I would like to acknowledge and to greet our honorable premier, Umnumzane Sihle Zigalala, and to greet all the ministers, the members of legislature, the ministers, the deputy speaker, mayors that are around, and the councillors, and Osingaye, the workers. Thank you so much for this opportunity that I've been given this afternoon. Please receive our apology with the technical glitches that we have had experience on our side. Okay, as they've already introduced me, I'm Nolundi Shezi, the commissioner from the CCMA, Senior Commissioner Durban office. So I've been given 10 minutes, so hopefully I'll be able to use that 10 minutes. It's a lot of information that is being required, but within 10 minutes, hopefully I'll be able to do it. There are a few topics that we have been given, the brief that we have been given that we need to cover as the CCMA. With the digital online referrals, the online events, and the number of the retrenchments. Just to give you a bit of a background, we have listened to other speakers, the COVID-19 that we went through, the unrest that we had, and for KZN. And it took us by surprise. It took everybody by surprise. We're not prepared for this. And there were certain directives that had to be issued to be in line with the regulations for the Disaster Management Act. And our director, Mr. Morijane, had issued some of those directives, including communication to all our stakeholders, the users, strategic partners, and the bargaining councils. So the one that is relevant to the topic in line for today was the communication that was sent to all the stakeholders, then the users on the 9th of June 2020, where the users and the stakeholders were informed that going forward, the CCMA will only be taking referrals digitally. So which means all the applications had to be filed online. So that started on the 8th of June 2020. The advantages for the digital online was that the platform was free, which is still free even now, and it saved transport costs for the applicants. It assisted in avoiding the physical contact. If you still remember that we had experienced the COVID-19 and we're on level 5 lockdown. Then it also assisted in reducing the spread of the virus, and all forms were available online. So that's how it assisted us. So in terms of the online referrals that we received during that process, I'm going to look at the 2 financial years. As we all remember that we had the COVID-19 struck March 2020. That's where we started our high and hardcore lockdown level 5. For the first financial year, which is 2020 to 2021, the online referrals that we received were 19,909. And for the second financial year, the one that ended March 2022, the 2021-2022, we had a slight decrease there in that we received 19,078. So the challenges that we faced and the applicants faced during that process where they had to log in online is that not everybody had access to the digital platforms. And another thing, because when they come to the CCMA, they are being assisted face to face. But during lockdown, they had to do that on their own, virtually and online. But some of them didn't know how to complete the forms online. And we find ourselves having a lot of defective applications where our staff now had to call them one by one to rectify the areas. So those were the challenges that we faced during the lockdown. And another issue that is that most of our cases, there was also a directive that there was a request that the parties have to deal with the issues of virtually our matters be heard virtually, others be heard at the employer's premises, and the CCMA premises had to be the last resort. So the directive clearly stated that parties have to agree to an online hearing. But unfortunately, we had some challenges in that one, that not all parties trusted the platform. And people prefer to see you face to face, especially during the cross-examination. They just want to see the person that are cross-examining. So others did not believe in that platform. And another challenge is that you'll only find that only one party concerning to the visual hearing and the other party was not concerning to a visual hearing. So now, which forced us to develop, to create a directive where, because we still had to observe the social and the social distancing. So now the person who wanted to come to the CCMA came to the CCMA, but those who wanted to attend visually, they were also allowed to do that. Another challenge for the visual events is the load shedding. I'm sure one of the presenters have already highlighted the issue of ESCOM, then which means people had a problem with had that challenge in connecting while they were attending their matters virtually. And other technical glitches, the example is the one that we are having right now. The laptop's not working. I can't even put up the camera. So those are also technical challenges that we're being faced, are still being faced by our parties as well. So another issue that, please let me know if I'm too fast for you, because I was given 10 minutes now. I'm trying to squeeze all the information within this 2 hour, within this 10 minutes. And I'm not sure if there is an answer and question process during the, after I've done my presentation. Okay, then we are done with the online referrals, but the other issue that I wanted to cover is the number of retrenchments while from March 2020, when the COVID-19 struck us, till now. But as I've already indicated, that I will only touch two financial years, which is 2020 and the 2020 to 2021 and 2021 to 2022. And the retrenchments, I'm going to divide them into two, to separate them into two, because when we receive the referrals, we've got the small scale referrals for retrenchments, or where the people are coming to the CCMA as individuals, or a small group. And we also have a large scale retrenchments. So the small scale retrenchments, it is in terms of Section 189 of the Labor Relations Act, and the large-scale retrenchments are those which are facilitated in terms of Section 189, capital A. On the financial year 2020-2021, with the small scale referrals that we receive, which means the number of cases that we receive were 1,041, which is surprising because the previous speakers have indicated the huge numbers of retrenchment, but the referrals that we receive for KZN CCMA office were, for the small scale, was 1,041 for 2020 to 2021 financial year. And for 2021 to 2022, our financial year ends end of March, we only receive 500 referrals only. Then for the large scale retrenchments, we only receive 163 referrals. And for the last year, financial year, we only receive 60 only referrals. So it's not clear whether the people are not aware that they're supposed to refer their matter to the CCMA, or they were disturbed because of the online referrals that they were supposed to make. Because if you observe right now, for the small scale, from the previous financial year, the decrease it was 48%, moving from 1,041 to only 500 referrals that were received. Then for the large scale, the decrease is 36.8%. So one would have expected these numbers to increase, especially because the province experienced the looting last year in July 2021. So, but we didn't receive any increase in terms of the referrals coming to the CCMA. The possible causes of people of these retrenchments, obviously we have the COVID-19. We remember that we had hardcore level 5 and level 4 lockdown in 2020. So we also had the looting, as I've already indicated. There are other reasons where small businesses are not coping with the economy at the moment. So those could be the possible causes of these retrenchments. So for the small scale retrenchments, now I'm referring to the CCMA's interventions. For the small scale referrals, we use the normal dispute resolution process, which is the conciliation process where everybody referred to the CCMA, the case, a dispute for conciliation. And for arbitration, if it's only one employee that has been retrenched or the employer is employing less than 10 employees, and if the matter remain unresolved at the CCMA, then they will have to refer the matter to the labor court. For the large scale large scale retrenchments, the process that is being followed is the facilitation in terms of Section 189 capital A. Those matters have to be dealt with by the CCMA and finalized within 16 days. So the requirement for these matters is that they have to be scheduled within 7 days, so to speed up the process. So our intervention has been remarkable in that I'm going to make an example of the last financial year. The total number of employees likely to be retrenched, I'm going to make an example for KZN Durban office. There were 3,833, and for the total retrenchments there was 2,420, and the job saved for Durban was 1,404, which results to 37% job saved for the Durban office. Then for the Newcastle office, the employees that were likely to be retrenched were 443, and the total retrenchments there was only 104, and the job save were 330, which makes the job save percentage to be 74. That was a huge job saves for the Newcastle office. Then for the Pietermaritzburg office, employees likely to be retrenched were 97. The total retrenchment were 39, and the job save there is 58, which marks the 60% job saved. Then for the Potchefstroom office, the employees likely to be retrenched were 51. The total retrenchment were 47. Only 4 jobs were saved, which means for a challenge in the Potchefstroom area. Then with regard to Richards Bay, that's where the huge challenge was. The employees likely to be retrenched were 1,038, and total retrenchment were also 1,038. So there were no jobs saved for the Richards Bay office. So which means it depending on the area, and it's interesting that for Newcastle, 74% jobs jobs that were saved in that area, and for the Pietermaritzburg, which is 60%. So it depends on the area. So I would like to say thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to make this presentation. I'm sorry if I rush you, just that I was told it's only 10 minutes that I need to do the presentation on. And thank you so much for giving the CCMA the opportunity to make this presentation.
Thank you so much, Nolund. Maybe the only mistake that has happened is that you did not send this particular presentation. So I'm requesting that if you can liaise with the staff of the legislature so that izofinyelela to a stakeholder that is relevant. Siyabonga kakhulu otherwise for the presentation.
Okay, I will liaise with the DMP in the department just to send it to you.
Okay, thanks. Can we then move to the next presentation? May I request that we take presentation by Ms. Nempumelelo Madonda. She'll be presenting, her presentation will be by, she's from the Human Resource Development Council. She'll cover, among other things, skills development, reskilling, upskilling, the skills that are needed for the 4th IR, the HRD strategy, plans to revive the strategy in the council's priority areas. Over to you, David.
Ngicela ukubingelela Madam Speaker nakuzo zonke izikhulu ezamalungu esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal nosingaye iPhalamende labasebenzi ngicele imvume ukuthi ngingabali wonke umuntu kuze si okhona kakhulukazi kubaholi kuze sikwazi ukubamba isikhathi ivumelekile imzuzu ishumi. Yeah, we have been tasked as the Human Resource Development Council Secretariat to come and address the Workers' Parliament on the challenges that have been identified as a result of the 4th Industrial Revolution and what the province through the council has since identified as key, which needs to be discussed and get input from this structure. So the presentation, if we can move on to the contents. The presentation will cover what is on the program, just to brief the Workers' Parliament about progress with regards to the revival and the review of the Provincial Human Resource Development Strategy towards 2030, and also to look at what are the skills that have been identified in the priority sectors as it was presented earlier, and what is it that needs to be considered from the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, skills plan and implementation, and also to make recommendations for this body. For purposes of those members who don't know about the Human Resource Development Council, that is the mandate of the council. The council is an advisory structure to the Premier, the Executive Council, and the government of KwaZulu-Natal on how the province can respond to human resource development challenges from the tummy to the grave, starting from early childhood development, moving on to worker education, such that the skills of workers respond to economic growth, and lastly, looking at lifelong learning or continued worker education, as this is considered to be lifelong learning. And the priorities of the current term of office of the council are those 4. The council is a 60-member body with members from the 4 social partners, universities of technology, universities, training institutions that are private, professional bodies, and every other player from government and outside government in the space of human resource development and skills development in particular. So worker education, as you would see, members of the Workers' Parliament, is priority number 3. because the province is of the view that its economic growth goals and vision will never be met if its workers don't have the skills that are required to grow the economy. So where are we in as far as directing now by providing a policy, a framework for the province of KwaZulu-Natal in the form of a strategy as to what direction the province should go. We are reviewing the strategy because of those four reasons, the fourth industrial revolution being one even before COVID-19 happened. As a result of COVID-19, as it has been presented, just to make sure that we preserve as many jobs as we can and keep the human resource of KwaZulu-Natal productive and grow the economy. The July 2021 unrest, and in response to all those challenges, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Skills Plan, which now has an implementation plan, but I will just zoom on the digital economy and the skills that are required in as far as that is concerned. So the Executive Committee of the Council met last week to discuss the draft strategy with all the updates in those areas, and it gave it a go-ahead that it should go back now to smaller groupings alongside the standing committees, alongside the four priority areas, one being worker education, make the necessary updates and bring it back to council at the sitting of the council in August 2022 with a view of completing the strategy by December 2022. So your input is still welcome and is still encouraged so that you give us specific ideas in terms of what interventions should be driven by all the social partners to make sure that the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution are taken care of. So these are the two, this one and the next presentation are the most important presentations with regards to the message from the Human Resource Development Council. Worker education is priority number 3. It doesn't look like we have any option but to embrace the fact that technology is here. And as we talk about this, I wish to ask this question to you. If you were to race with technology in your job as a worker, who would lead the race? Siyayhlula technology noma sihambisana nayo noma iyona ehamba phambili iyasidonsa. Esikufisayo KwaZulu-Natal ukuthi sihambisane nayo i-technology. Uma izama ukusidonsa idlula ngegxathu lokuqala sibe sesikhona sizilungiselele ngokuthi sicije amakhono ethu ku-technology ukuze sikwazi ukuthi simelane ne-challenge. Ngoba uma singakwenzi lokho, not only jobs will be threatened, but also impilo yethu emakhaya nasekuhlaleni lapho esihlala khona will also be threatened. So the skills that have been identified through the Department of Higher Education National Skills Authority is that we need firstly to understand the skills gaps so that we don't always say there's a skills mismatch between what the employers want and the economy needs and what workers have. How do we do that? By making sure that we go through serious and in-depth skills audit so that we know who has what, where, and how do we make sure that we match people to the right jobs. The skills that are in demand, because the idea is not to continue training people so that they contribute to people that are unemployable or unemployed or are losing jobs, but we make sure that whatever skill is put up there for training purposes and that must be sharpened must also respond to what is in demand by the economy. The digital literate employees at the basic, before sasikhuluma ngo-adult education and training sifundisana ukubhala nokubala, we have somehow covered that ground, which is on a positive. Now we are saying, let us all be digitally literate, which does not mean we must own a computer, even on the phone that we have, because most of us have got very sophisticated telephones that we not only use for communication, but we use to do other things as well. And the ability to adapt at the fast changing technologies. Umbuzo uthe uma ngabe singaqophisana ne-technology ubani ongahlulwa, ishintsha sonke isikhathi. So the priority digital skills on the short term that have been identified by KwaZulu-Natal are those in the sectors that have been identified as priority. But if you look at other sectors for purposes of economic reconstruction and recovery, cloud architecture, If you look at the bottom, digital marketing, data analysis, so you might find ukuthi you were doing marketing all along, but face to face with your potential customers. But technology has come now and all the other challenges. You must move into the technology platform. There's no time to take you to a college for where you are going to spend a month or two and trying to learn and adjust. You've got to adjust as you go. And also preparing ourselves for the fourth industrial revolution. The skilling, we must continuously skill ourselves peer to peer. In the morning, we talked about leave no one behind, let's help one another. The same thing applies, especially to the Workers' Parliament, as it applied with adults education and training, each one teach one. Umaskhumbula, when we had to move and conduct our meetings on platforms online, akekho wasifundisa ngoZoom. Ukhona owakwafundiswa ngoZoom before. We all had to make mistakes and all these funny things that we saw after that, but it showed that we are capable of adjusting and run as we do that. So that mentality needs to be kept and do that as well. And turn workplaces into learning and development spaces, because masiphume emsebenzini sihlala kude ney'ndawo zasemakhaya. Awukwazi ukuhlala emsebenzini noma ngabe umqashi uthi hlala uspend i-hour or two ufunda, fanele ugijime uye ekhaya uyobhekana nenselelo zasekhaya. Let us look at how do we use the Community Education and Training College to assist us closer to where we are in terms of skilling ourselves. Update skills development of take off skills development opportunities for skills in demand. Occupationally directed skills. Khona lama skills that can only be used by imkhakha ethile. You must know those yourselves because you are the one who works there. Upskilling as well. We are not going to make it without upskilling. Technology changes very fast. We have to make sure that we train in the new developments. We reskill in instances where the jobs are threatened or they cease to exist because of technology. Let us try and see how can we use our existing skills to move into the new jobs that we did not know will ever exist. And lastly, the driver, yes. Preparing workers are regarded as being at the center of implementing the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan Skill Strategy. They are one of the 3 targeted beneficiaries for short digital programs, skills programs. Asisho ukuthi go to the university or TVET colleges, spend 3 years or 18 months and get a diploma or a degree, because that will be too late by the time you get back to your workplaces. Short skills programs, they don't necessarily need to be accredited. Siyayazi iPay accreditation, sijaha, ama portfolios of evidence or all of that. All that has been removed to say, if a skill has been identified as important, let us make sure that we prioritize and support workers and let them make sure that they also take advantage of the opportunity and sharpen their skills. Technical skills are all there, especially artisanal skills. At least, or abasebenzi ngiyaxolisa, 20,000 learners per year. Umbuzo omkhulu ukuthi iParliament labasebenzi lithini KwaZulu-Natal, singaki isiteke kufanele sisihlephule lapha kuze sikwazi ukuthi senze sure ukuthi nathi we implement this ERRP. Increase uptake of skills for fourth industrial revolution, for ICT, Microsoft or Zoom, siqala phansi senza ama skills programs or sisebenzisa lawa vela khona, but siwabhekisisa ukuthi are relevant emsebenzini nasemkhakheni yethu. Ne-sector education and training, ERRP ithi prioritize i-roll out of these short skills programs. Imali khona, uma kubonakala isidingo and these skills are from the list that has been identified, prioritize that. The same thing applies with the National Skills Fund as well. Esigcineni sengivala, the Human Resource Development Council wishes to present this presentation and wishes to request that the Workers' Parliament receives it, engages with it, and provides input on the strategy and also partakes in the implementation of the skills strategy by identifying priority interventions that are relevant to the sectors that they come from. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Lethu alesikhululi amakhethu awasokele lethu alesikhululi.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Mandla.
Sifisa siphinde siphe udadewethu ihlombe ngepresentation ayenzile phakathi kwethu. Siyabonga, ngifisa siyeke kwi-item elandelayo. That will be done by udadewethu uSimenyiwe Mchunu. She will present virtually. She'll focus on an update on temporary employee or employer relief scheme, the National Labour Migration Police and the department's inspection programs. Phakathi ngicela ukhulume nathi. Ngiyacela siyiflight the presentation. Mr. Simenyiwe Mchunu.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm trying to send them through my presentation. I don't know if they have it that site. Are they going to flight it from that site? Because I'm having difficulties in connection, but I can send it via email if it can be flighted from that site.
Oh, ibingakathunyelwa. Bengicelile ukuthi all the presenters bafowethu silekelelana nabo ukuthi asiqinisekise ukuthi asekhona. It was only indicated ukuthi CCMA kuphela engekho. Asilekelelane ke nesikhathi is not on our side. Siyacela usithumelele. Angazi noma singadlulela kwelandelayo. But maybe while we are trying to deal with that, ngiyafisa sikhulumise i-presentation le ebekufanele yenziwe u-National Treasury Ngiyafisa ukubika colleagues from the side labasebenzi ukuthi ngo-11th hour umuntu obekufanele apresente from i-National Treasury. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke sihlala siplane sasinayo izinto ukuthi iziphi esifisa ukukhuluma ngazo. Particularly kulesi sikhathi esithi kunama economic crisis we are in the trying times. But ke ube esexolisa ngo-11th hour. Having said that, uma sithola lokho si nabafowethu ebesiplana nabo aba-representa the federations, we indicated ukuthi phela ubethunyiwe. Tina, we spoke to the chief of staff, but mese sithola impendulo siyithola ngaye. Kodwa the long and short of it ukuthi i-presentation ebekufanele yenziwe Ismail, it won't happen. Asisizokwazi ukuba naye. Kodwa sithi asikubikeke before indlu. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe ezinye zezinto sizozikhulumisa kuma-commissions bese-ke sibuya nazo. Asikuveze kodwa ukuthi nathi kufike kwi-level esisho khona ukuthi asinelisekile ngalesi senzo. Kusho ukuthi-ke uma sithatha uphakade la sizobe sisalelwa i-presentation yase-Labour Court bese siya kuma-discussions and public engagement session sibe nemibuzo bese siya ama-presenters eyaphendula embuzweni esinayo. Will then take i-lunch ezoba in the form yokuthi vele sesiya kuma-commissions so kuzoba ama-packages esiphuma nawo. Bese-ke siya kuma-commissions engicabanga ukuthi nalapho kusawu umsebenzi omningi okufanele siwenze ukuze ushape this particular workers parliament ka-2022. Ngiyafisa ukucheck ukuthi are we ready with the presentation? If not, I will request ukuthi ngoba isikhathi asikho on our side. Mhlawumbe sithathe the next presentation. We will then go back to uMacingwane uma siqeda nge-presentation yase-Labour Court. May I check if uJudge Wicha is still connected? If he's connected, I will request that we take that particular presentation, a presentation on the causes of long waiting periods for labor cases to be attended to and plans to mitigate this challenge. May I then invite Judge Wicha from the Labour Court to do the presentation? But may I check if is he still connected as well? Okay. Yes. Ngiyacela uphuzwe Phindile. Ayakuna muntu.
Akuna muntu ophatha umhlaba ngayedwa. Usetshenzelwa wayesababu. Hangobe funa Hebo hi socialism umhlaba
Tabawo gezandleni zabantu.
namuntu impi socialism ukundla hebo sabantu akona muntu
Umuntu waphatha umhlaba ngayedwa.
sababu hayesa
Ayesaba bakhona ongesono kusetyenzelwa ngabantu. Esa
Mabunamkashe hakunamka ngaphathi mhlawumbe ehamba we
Siyabonga. Siyafisa khona uku-indicate ukuthi abasebenzi basilekelela ngoba kune-challenge on our side. Intervention nje very strategic. Siyafisa ukwamukela onke amalunga esishamthetho asijoyinile. Siphinde ke samukele umhlali wokuqala waseMusa Dladla ngokwe APC le structure as political. Siyafisa ukwamukela umfowethu uMusa wakaCebekhulu Nsele. May I then invite uJudge Wicha. We have just introduced uJudge, but he'll then take us through the presentation for 10 minutes. Thanks.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the Honorable Premier and honorable members of the legislature and guests. Thank you for inviting the Labour Court to address you on this very important matter, namely why there is a backlog of cases. There are many interconnecting factors, which I will explain under headings. And when I explain these factors, I pray that the Honorable Courts bear in mind two very crucial facts. Number one, there is a dire shortage of judges. There are only 12 judges that serve the whole country. 2 sit in Durban, 1 in the Eastern Cape, 2 in Cape Town, and 7 in Johannesburg. The other factor to bear in mind is that the court serves a very large constituency, given the population and employment statistics, 19% of which are in KwaZulu-Natal. Now to the other factors which I will address under headings. Shortage of courts. Even if more judges are appointed, there is a shortage of courts. You essentially, to run a matter, you need a court that is equipped with certain equipment and structures to hear cases. And essentially, we have not been provided with sufficient courts. The nature of cases we deal with. A lot of the individual cases we deal with do not concern just 1 or 2 employees, or just 1 or 2 issues to be determined in that one case. Often, for instance, a strike dismissal case very often involves numerous employees, sometimes over 100 employees, and numerous allegations of unlawful conduct. Most of the strike cases is a combination of where the employer is alleging that the employees went on an unlawful strike and committed various multiple unlawful conduct or acts. So self-evidently, in such cases, the evidence that needs to be led and is usually led is substantial and can take weeks. It also obviously means that the drafting of a comprehensive judgment in such matters can be very time consuming. The other problem is the issue of reviews. This court is inundated with review applications of CCMA proceedings and bargaining council proceedings. This often involves carefully analyzing transcripts of proceedings which can run to hundreds of pages. I just dealt with one which has over 4,000 pages, excluding the pleadings and the heads of argument. It is not uncommon for a labor court judge sitting in motion court to have on a weekly roster 5 opposed reviews, in addition to a load of other substantial application. And as I've indicated, the review files are quite substantial and heavy. What I want to point out, and it's very important to point out here, is that review applications in the High Court are an exception. They're not common. However, in the Labor Court, that is the norm. The next heading, typing of judgments. Judges, believe it or not, type their own judgments. We do not dictate judgments for typists to type. Our secretaries are not trained typists, and in any event, they do not have the equipment to type from dictaphones. I remember when I was an attorney, I used a dictaphone to dictate everything. It was fast and efficient. And definitely much faster than typing out one's own documents and legal papers. I find this a real challenge, because you have to type your own judgments, which sometimes judgments go up to 20 pages, 30 pages, sometimes 50 pages. And then you have to sit and edit your own judgments. We don't have editors. It's impossible to edit one's own work. The other problem is the conduct of litigants, especially state litigants. State parties and departments form a large part of the litigants in this court. So we have the Department of Health, Department of Education, settlements, and so on, the municipalities, and so on. And practically, and I am sorry to say this, and rather sad to say this, because practically in every matter where the state is a party, cases become protracted, delayed, and burgeon into multiple applications. Why? Because the officials or their representatives, they basically do not prosecute or defend matters timeously and according to the rules. Even simple matters become complex and drawn out by their conduct. And this adds to the backlog of cases. So one matter then becomes 3, 4, 5 matters, just because a party failed to follow certain basic trite procedures and processes. The other problem is bargaining councils, especially the public sector bargaining councils. Review applications depend on the record of proceedings of the lower forum, for example, from the CCMA or the bargaining council and so on. You cannot do a review application without the record of the proceedings and those proceedings transcribed. In almost all reviews, which arise from the public sector bargaining councils. The records are lost, can't be found, take long to be sent to the parties, and this causes substantial delays in the reviews being finalized. The conditions of the courts. Judges often have to deal with recording equipment which does not work and other equipment problems. Right now, I am sitting in my chambers, in which the light switches do not work. I don't have lights. The light switches do not work. The plugs in my chambers do not work and haven't worked for weeks. And I was actually sitting here all morning while doing other work, but very nervous and hoping that the Wi-Fi doesn't give up before I had to give my presentation, because that is also very temperamental. I come to also a very important position and person in this at the Labour Court, and this is the registrar. The registrar is a vital person in the system. They are responsible for case management and setting matters down, and they do lots of other things. They deal with all problems that arise. Problems with the building, problems with the lights, problems with the equipment. And with all these problems, they have to liaise with various different government departments and essentially fight through a bureaucracy to get anything done. A lot of their valuable time is spent essentially wrestling for service from the various departments so that we can do our work. So what I'm saying is that this registrar, who is a vital part in the system, has a very heavy caseload. And in terms of the organogram, the registrar is supposed to have a deputy registrar. There is supposed to be a deputy registrar. We do not have a deputy registrar. We've made requests for I don't know how long years. Please, please, please appoint a deputy registrar. About 2 years ago, they did advertise a post, the Department of Justice, I think, I don't know which department is responsible. They advertised a post for a deputy registrar. I personally, together with another committee, spent days dealing with the shortlisting process and the interview process. And at the end of it, we found a strong candidate and recommended her appointment. We have not heard anything back. That's 2 years ago. No appointment has been made. We have not been provided with an explanation for this. We've asked for explanations, but there is silence. The workload of judges. The workload of judges is very high. I remember when I was first appointed, the secretary wheeled in a trolley load of huge files. I thought the files were for the week. And I was shocked to discover that no, it is for a day, that day. And also when I was appointed, what I was struck by was the very strong work ethic of my fellow judges. And that work ethic has been consistent, So the issue is not that judges poorly perform or skirt their responsibilities. No. In fact, most of us have to work under almost intolerable conditions, but we don't complain. We just get on with our work because we appreciate that there's a backlog and the cases need to be dealt with. We need to clear the backlog. So judges are not really the problem. The problem really lies with all these other problems that I have highlighted. However, despite the fact that many of these problems do not fall within our power as judges or as the office of the Chief Justice, we are trying to solve some of the problems on our own. One of the things that we have done is that we have introduced a pro bono program during the recess, court recess, because we can't hold it during outside of the recess because there won't be any courts. So during the recess periods, we get acting judges to act on a pro bono basis. We get together like in Durban. I have the job of finding 10 good acting judges to help us with the backlog during the recess. We have also drafted amendments or suggested amendments to the rules and practice manual to simplify some of the cumbersome and time-consuming processes, especially in reviews and other procedures. So we've done our bit there. We've drafted amendments, suggested amendments essentially, and we've sent them to the correct departments, other government departments. However, we haven't really seen the light of day because that progress has been hampered because the government department, which is supposed to constitute the rules board to facilitate and push forward and finalize those amendments, has not been done. And obviously, if that is not done, then we are powerless to take the matter further. We also try and resolve the problems by having various talks to the CCMA and SASRO. SASRO is an organization of labor practitioners, including unions and so on, where we hold discussions about the problems in the court and about suggested solutions to the matter. There is one more other point that I want to make, and that is about the jurisdiction of this court. This court's jurisdiction, we have restricted jurisdiction. We don't deal with all kinds of labor disputes. Many disputes supposed to go to the CCMA or bargaining council. But what we have noticed is that parties tend to try and abuse that process. So they will plead or draft their case in such a way to bring their case within the jurisdiction of this court. And when it gets to court, then the court questions and finds out that no, this court does not have jurisdiction. You manipulated the process to get your case onto this court, to get your case into this court. Now, what that means is that other cases which are, properly and should have been on the roll are pushed aside. These cases, abuse cases, now take that place. I'm sorry to also say this, but sometimes the CCMA is partly a culprit here too. Often, and my experience is this, that parties will refer a dispute to the CCMA or bargaining council. When the matter comes before the arbitrator, just the arbitrator will find some ridiculous reason and make a ruling that the CCMA or bargaining council does not have jurisdiction to hear the matter. essentially to avoid hearing the matter, and then refer the parties to the Labour Court. And then, of course, only 1 year, 2 years later, when the matter gets to court and comes before the judge, and the judge really looks at the matter and listens to the evidence, and the judge says, "Why are you here? We do not have jurisdiction to hear this matter." And then the excuse is, well, the CCMA made a ruling. They forced us. They told us to come here. Now the judge is in a difficult position. What do you do? This person has now waited about 1 year or so for his case to get onto the roll here in court. Must I send these people back to the CCMA? And often it's just experience just to continue with the matter because certain evidence has been led, and just deal with the matter and substitute and sit as an arbitrator and finalize the case. So what that means is that unnecessary matters are coming before this court. I thank everyone for the presentation. I don't know whether there's a question and answer session.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you, members, for the big round of applause that you have just given. Though there is only one concern, I requested that all the presenters must give us their presentation. Unfortunately, we did not get this one. The reason why we called Judge before Upagati, because we were requesting that he send it. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke izinto esizoyilungisa as we go. Mhlawumbe next year kuyobe kungcono, we will not expect anyone to present virtually. All the presenters will have to come physically in the venue, but also that there will be into yokuba paperless ayizoba, it's an overnight process. We are gearing towards it, kodwa kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke we are being disadvantaged to a certain extent. We really welcome the presentation. I hope then we will be with us when we are on the question and answer session. I've overheard that you have asked that, Judge. Yes, indeed. Immediately after the very last presentation, we'll then start with that particular program. May I then request that we invite Upagate, Mrs. Menyiwe Mkhunu, to present before us. May I request that we fly the presentation as well? If possible, I'm appealing if we can stick to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm not sure if you can see the presentation from that side. Can you please confirm?
IT? Can we please fly the presentation? Yes, now it's there. You can then continue.
Okay. Thank you. It's just that. The slide. It's just that I can't see nothing here now. Am I audible that side?
I indicated that you are audible. Would you please continue? Mr. Mkhunu, continue with
Yes,
presentation.
I'm okay. I'm going ahead. Thank you, Chairperson. Then greetings to the members of the legislator and the colleagues that are gathered in the Workers' Parliament. I am coming from the Department of Employment and Labour, but particularly from UIF business unit, and my presentation will be covering UIF matters. And in actual fact, I will be talking to the three areas that were requested that I must cover. It's COVID TERS scheme, which is the temporary employee relief scheme that was implemented during COVID-19 lockdown and throughout the year last year. Then the second scheme that I will be talking about is WABU, which is workers affected by unrest. You will recall that in July last year, there was an unrest which affected many employers and employees during that time, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. So there was a scheme that was established to address the loss of income for the workers. Then lastly, I'm going to touch base on the plan that we have to deal with the massive terminations that stems from the recent natural disaster of floods. As we all aware that there were floods that affected KwaZulu-Natal in particular, and many employer establishments were flooded and they cannot operate as such. So they have to place people either on temporary termination or on reduced time, which is partial termination. So my presentation is going to cover those three areas. I will not be reading through all the slides due to time factor, but my presentation is detailed for those who will take liberty to read it afterwards, as I believe it will be shared with the audience. Starting with the temporary employee relief scheme, which is COVID-19. The COVID-19 was established to address the loss of income during the lockdown, which started in March 2020. It went up until March 2021, but there were certain sectors that were still entitled even after that going forward, because some of the sectors were not open completely to operate. So there were still extensions, but focusing on sector specific so that not everybody continued to receive that scheme. And only employees that were affected by lockdown. The most important thing is that people who were terminated prior to the lockdown did not qualify for the relief scheme, but they were qualifying for normal UIF as we know it, because the scheme was focusing on people who were unemployed because there was a COVID-19 lockdown, not a person who was already unemployed prior to that. Also, people who were in receipt of in-service benefits. In-service benefit, we're talking about maternity leave, where people were placed on maternity leave during that particular period of lockdown. Those people were excluded because they were already in receipt of benefit. They did not stop to work because of lockdown, but they were on a special leave, which is maternity leave, and their benefit that were attached to that leave. Our role as the department in the process of refund, because there were one of the areas which I wanted to touch base on are problems relating to COVID-19 TERS, where employers and bookkeepers or consultants took advantage of the scheme and apply for people who did not even work or who were not employed by certain employers, leading to a massive complaints coming from the public, where they could not either access SASSA benefits, the 350, or their UIF money, because they appeared to be declared by employers fraudulently or by mistake. So the department initiated a process of employers who declared people fraudulently, by mistake, or who declared people who did not work for them to refund the money, or employers who included people who were not qualifying as per my previous slide, because those people whom were included, their benefits were blocked because they were appearing on the TERS application, whereas they are also receiving the normal benefits. So the process of refunding the money was then initiated for those employers to start refunding those monies back so that we can unblock those workers or those applicants whose claims were blocked. So the process of that refund, the reason why I'm including this is because people, even to date, there are still a lot of clients or applicants who are affected by this. There is a process to get the employer to return the money and then release those benefits, or allow that person to explore normal benefits for the employers on respect of employers that they were really employed at. I will make an example. Some of the people who were working for a number of employers, their ID numbers were used to fraud UIF by some employer based in Gauteng. More than 8,000 people were affected, and they are coming forward to say, I did not work for this company, but my UIF cannot now be paid to me because I'm appearing as if someone applied for UIF TERS on behalf of me, but I did not receive the money. That is why the department initiated a process of those employers to refund that money so that those ID numbers can be unblocked on the system. On matters where the employers cannot be located, there is a route that needs to be followed, which is an investigation via our anti-fraud unit internally. I'm going to move to the slide that talks about the workers affected by unrest. The July unrest affected many companies in and around KwaZulu-Natal. So the scheme was then published by the minister, pronounced by the Minister of Labour on the 8th of August 2021, to say, let all employees who find themselves unemployed because either their companies were looted or they were affected. There is a meaning of affected, which is very specific. It's either the company is located in the vicinity where they could not operate because there was chaos, there was looting, or the company was actually looted. So the affected part is very critical that we fully understand it, because this type of scheme only deals with employers in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng only. If, for example, there is a supplier of vegetables or whatever the case may be, who is based in Free State, but they could not supply, send their supplies to KwaZulu-Natal business because there was an unrest, or the company whom they supply is looted, they cannot be defined as affected in this definition. But we are talking about companies that have been looted or falls in the vicinity of the looting area. Hence, the requirements, the key requirements include that there either be a case number that was open with SAPS, then they need to be located in the area. And above all, we conduct a physical verification, which is an inspection where an employer is going to stand even next to the ashes of the business that was damaged or looted or burned down, because there is a number of employers who took advantage of the situation and apply even if those businesses did not exist and they were never affected. So those were the areas, for example, more than 200 applications were turned down because we could not find anything that validates their claim to say they were really affected. I will also quickly move to the slides that talk about the current situation. Our offices are flooded now with number of employees. I will make a specific example. The Toyota plant was affected in Isipingo, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Toyota plant being affected, a number of employers that are subsidiaries or that supplies Toyota with one or whatever the case may be are also affected, because if Toyota is affected, automatically they get affected. So they had to place their people on reduced time or on temporarily lay off while they re-establish their businesses so that they continue to work to operate again when the situation becomes better. So to avoid an in-person applications, because our offices are already full. Some of you might have gone past seeing the long queues every day, particularly for UIF. Imagine if 5,000 workers from Toyota, 3,000 workers from Hesto, and many other companies that are terminating 500 and above employees were to be flooding those offices. So the plan that we have put together, we have requested support from neighboring provinces, because one of the issues is capacity. We do not have a human resource capacity to deal with these number of claims. So we have asked our neighboring provinces within the Department of Labor offices to send their people to our province. If each province can send just a pool of people there, the response team to come and assist us in terms of processing of these high volumes of claims. It will assist to expedite the processing of these claims and ensure that the affected workers get their money. So the process is that workers will not go and queue, but employers are going to come forward. They are going to populate a spreadsheet with all the details of the employees, including the employee's account number, so that when we process the claim, we do not pay to the employer, but we pay directly to the affected employees, the UIF monies, because we need to take lessons from what happened during COVID tears, where employers were paid, but they did not transfer the money to the workers. So our approach is that although the employer is going to forward and confirm that the 5,000 was indeed employed by Toyota, the 3,000 was indeed employed by Hesto Harnesses in Stenga. These are their banking details. These are their information. We process claims based on those bulk applications by the employer. We confirm their right declaration, and then we pay the monies towards the employee's account. And each employee is going to sign for every payment that they are going to receive, because we require a source document so that we pay them. So the claims will be assessed, and then the status in the same bulk spreadsheet will be rejected, will be either reflect approved or rejected, and we're going to give feedback to the employer so that an employee can either find out what happened to their claim from their HR in their employer premises, or alternatively visit any of our office to get the outcome of the assessment of their claim and the process going forward. So that is the plan that we have put together. Thank you. I will end my presentation there, and the contact details are also included in my presentation.
Thank you so much, Phakade. Thank you so much, fellow colleagues. for the big round of applause. Siyabonga ngawo wonke ama presentation esiwatholile. Siyafisa nje ukulungisa lapha. Asiqale ngokuthi sizoya kwi-item elandelayo that talks to into yama engagement session. Sibuze sisubuza khona for ingcaciso. Nama comments are also welcomed. Kodwa ke siyafisa ukusho ukuthi also okuqondene nama departments ikakhulu singabuza kodwa ikakhulu ngiyafisa siku-channel also kuma commissions so that at least kubuya in the form of the recommendations. Ngiyafisa kodwa sikuqondise also ukuthi kuma commissions we'll be having ama HODs and senior managers, not or MEC. Over the years ke siye senze kanjalo beza sebeza kuyilokhuzana, otherwise siba nama HODs nama senior managers allocatiwe ke for the commissions. Ngiyafisa ke ukuthi at this juncture sithathe imibuzo nama comments. Ngingacela nje sizethule umuntu mengabe ethatha ipodium, ngizocela ukunikeza the numbers bese ke inamba iyobe isishintsha ngokuthi kube nomnikazi nokuthi ngivela kuphi. Ngifisa ukuthatha izandla ezifisa ukubuza nezifisa ukucomment. Ngiyacela mfowethu. 1 uzoba la. U2 ube kule row nangu mfowethu lapha ya. Unumber 3 abe semuva. Unumber 4 abe la phambili. Unumber 5 uzoba kumfowethu ngale I'll say egala. Ese6 isandla nasi la phambili. Ngicabanga ukuthi ilezo izandla esinazo. Ngiyaxolisa mfowethu. Nasi SS7, SS8 kuzoba esikanobhala ungonesi. Zizoba u8 izandla engiyinothile. Asiqale ke nangu unumber 1. Meyo dlala nje lotho noma PowerPoint uzofaka u1.
Banja. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Charles Longazikali of KwaZulu Young Workers. Firstly, I must express disappointment, Chair, with regards to unavailability by National Treasury. I think as workers, we're really hoping we will have a presentation on this one of Pension Fund Amendment Act. Setting and I think apologizing a lot. So I think it's very much disrespectful to National Treasury could not honor the attendance. Another cause for concern, Chair, with regards to presentation by HRDC, is this one of HRDC, of course, is an advisory body advising the premium. It's in their presentation, they were saying that it is okay to have courses or programs that are unaccredited. I think we must not normalize that one. There's a requirement from skills development, our skills must be transferable. So that is very much important for us so that we can move on to other formal, other parts of full qualifications. So one is quite concerned with regards to that. And then I have two questions, one for Department of Labor and Employment and the one for the Labor Court. I'd like to know from Department of Labor and Employment, what has been done to date to recover the funds that may have been fraudulently acquired by employers And what has been done to try and recover or assist employees who have had funds claimed on their behalf, but abangakaze bawathole. Because there are such cases. Moving on to the labor court, I'd like to hear what the Honorable Judge Witcher, what are her proposed solutions, or as judges, what have they proposed as solutions to the issues that have been identified and that she has presented? Perhaps even for the attention of Department of Justice, those that they can implement, so that we can also be allowed the opportunity to consume and then engage when we reach commissions. Yabo.
Siyabonga kakhulu, ngicela unumber 2.
Thanks, Chair. Okhuluma umuntu okhona Ngcobo unobhala we-Union eCOSATU i-AFADU. We are so very much concerned at the time taken by Labour Court to schedule cases. And this gives employers the right to play with employees' lives by reviewing cases for the sake of reviewing them, knowing that once the case is reviewed, once it's taken on a review, it's as good as dead because it takes 4 years to see it. And that compromises us. When by the time the case sits, it's either the employee or the worker is dead already, is no more. When it's there, it's lost memory of the case to piece up information in a chronological manner, and that compromises our case. The question will be to the Labor Department, to the Labor Court, what is the reason they are having so few judges? Number 2, what is the turnaround time for the scheduling of cases by Labor Court? And the next one will be sort of like extending to the NEDLEC, unfortunately, which is not part of this sitting. To say the NEDLEC needs to revisit section 1457 that talks to the reviewing of cases. To say, can't we allow CCMA arbitration awards to be enforced while a matter is taken on review? And take away that last part which says unless the applicant finishes security to the satisfaction of the court, that part does not assist us because employers are always ready to dig into their fat pockets to set something aside as a security, thereby succeeding to review the case. Lastly, on the issue of that talks to Labor Department, the WABU, one wonders if it's the failure of government system that talks to the rolling out of WABU. One is saying that because there's more frustration associated with getting WABU than there was with COVID-19 tears. Not to say all was well with tears. Tears has its own popular problems, but there's more frustration, it's more worse with WABU. And when you make follow-ups, you will be sent from pillar to post, not getting someone with information ready to answer questions. And it's so very much frustrating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mpolobo. Number 3.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members of parliament, of the legislature, and greetings to all of you comrades, and most importantly, the community. We, Chairperson, would like to firstly register our disappointment to the National Treasurer for not honoring the invitation to this Workers' Parliament. It's an indication of disrespect, not only to the legislature, but also to us as workers, that they are not taking us seriously, and that must be addressed. Secondly, we wish to pose a question to the judge, in particular to ask about these 12 judges that she referred to. We want to get clarity as to whether it's the judges in the labor courts or it's the general judges, because we are very worried about that statistics, and given the role of judges and the responsibilities that is given to them, in particular because it does affect workers and how certain decisions are taken and the pace at which they are taken. The second question to the judge is the role of judges in advising litigants on frivolous applications. We are asking this question because we all understand that South Africa is an unequal society. For instance, if the case is taken by the litigant to the labor court and for review, and the judgment becomes against that litigant with costs, do judges look at the well-being of that individual? Because it doesn't make sense for us that a worker is dismissed, and at the same time, when they are trying to review their applications at labor courts, they are now dismissed with costs of more than 200,000 of a person who's dismissed also at work. So do they look at the well-being of those individuals? And what is the role of judges in ensuring that they are, in actual fact, considering the background of those people? The last part, perhaps, is the CCMA budget. We are very much echoing the very same sentiments that we echoed in the last parliament that we had. I think it was in Newcastle, where we clearly said that I think in Ladysmith, where we clearly said that we are concerned about the small budget of CCMA because it does, in the greater extent, affect how workers are being, workers' issues at the CCMA are being addressed. So we call for the speedy address of that particular issue so that we are able to resolve many issues that are sitting at the CCMA. Lastly, we thank the presentations that we got from the Premier. They are, in one way or another, to give confidence to the work that we are doing here. But we still think that there is more to be done. But obviously, not by the Premier side only, but with all of us working together to ensure that the decisions that are being taken here are operationalized, are monitored and evaluated, and are able to impact the lives of the people on the ground. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Stella, number 4. Here at the front.
No, thanks.
Mine is it's very simple, and I'm not going to be long. There is serious concern that has been raised by the judge with regard to prolonged cases. Obviously, it tells us that there are challenges within the Department of Justice in terms of ensuring that there are enough positions that have been created. So we're posing a challenge to the legislature, working with national to ensure that we are able to address this issue. Secondly, the tendencies of the department, as much as we understand that you've got all the right to review certain cases, but there are delaying tactics where the abuse of state resource against poorest, because once people have won cases, whether in CCMA or in the council, you need to apply your mind before you take decision to review. So then calling for consequence for those decision makers who are abusing this particular process. Then the second part, there was issues that was raised by, presented by His Excellence Sihlezi Galala with regard to 330,000 jobs that were lost in the past 2 years. But there's also a serious concern as organized labor in terms of this moratorium. You know, there's a tendency of government each and every time, if they want to have savings, they want to freeze position. When you freeze positions, you develop a lot of strategy, and I'm not sure whether those strategies will implement themselves. There are many vacancies in all the departments. We have seen the movement in other departments in filling those positions, but in other departments, there's no progress at all. It's good to also have treasurer, even a position of a cleaner. It needs to go to the level of the DG to be approved. What are then the roles of the CEOs of the institutions in filling these positions? You can't be saying you want to create job opportunities, but in your own space and department, you prioritize issues of tenders instead of filling vacancies. That's why in the departments, whether in it's agriculture, Department of Health, you find that there are long queues in hospitals, in home affairs, positions are not being filled. So it's something that we need to be able to attend to it. The second one is these issues of contract workers. Our government has employed the apartheid style of exploiting the working class. Why do you want to have so many contract workers in every department? If you need to fill position, why are you not filling positions? You've got community care workers who have been in the service for over 10 years. In each and every department, there's these tendencies of outsourcing. And when you look at the positions that are allocated in ministries, all the positions of directors are filled. The contract workers, these tendencies must be stopped, because we talk about the decent job. When we talk about a decent job, it's not only about in speeches, it's something that need to be attended to. We have seen securities, especially in the Department of Education, where they use SGB and pay these workers 1,000 rand. I'm not sure who can survive out of the 1,000 rand. So you need to take control of your department and make sure that you create permanent positions. Lastly, we have seen some of the infrastructure in some of the department where the issues of compliance, especially Department of Labor, need to intervene. It cannot always be organized labor that always push the employer to comply. You've got many issues, shortages of waters, issues of securities, where workers are being killed at work. So when we have government, we want to have a responsible government, because at the end of the day, it is the same workers that provide this service delivery. Thanks.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Maybe before we take the sixth hand, Ngiyacela sikhumbuzisane members. I understand sibuye siwakhiphe mhlambe mas kukhona esithathayo. Kodwa let us ensure that this sitting, this legislature comply with our regulations because we are indoors. Ngiyacela siwabuyisele ama-masks. Ngiyacela ke sithathe isandla esilandelayo, isandla se-6. Nangu umfowethu lapha phambili.
Thanks, Chairperson. Okhulumayo uNcebo kaMlambo, I'm from NUM, Ereginini. I'm leading as a chairperson on a youth structure deputy. Mine, the first one will be from the last presentation. It's normal about the process that are being put in place to assist those workers who has been affected by the flood. He mentioned the Toyota ATC Pingo, that's more than 5,000 people have been affected. But now there's a process in place so that we don't find all those employees stranded going to queue just to apply for their UIF. So now it's a duty of the employer to go and apply on behalf of the employees, but the payment will go straight to the employees. So that is a good process and it's very progressive because these employees are already frustrated, but now going up and down, standing on those queues, it's a relief to them. But we need to make sure that the employers are being held accountable and we need to have the time frame for all those UIF to be released in time. The second one, same from the last speaker, I'm noting he mentioned that there's a employer that was found at Johannesburg. He claimed the UIF, of which it was a fraud, in fact, of more than 800 people. When he speak on that one, he only mentioned that he was held accountable, that he must pay back all the money that was paid to him. So mine would like to know is there any legal process that are in place, because he did a fraud, he must be held accountable, but he must pay the money back as well, but he need to be submitted to court to answer about the fraud that he committed. On CCMA, this one is just a comment. In terms of visual conduct, cases are disadvantage to the workers. So we're submitting that one to CCMA that they must take note of that. The other one is the workers and the struggling unions are financially being disadvantaged by the online and digital referring of the cases. It still goes to CCMA. This is our submission so that they can take note on that one. This one is go to Minister of Economics and Trade. Regarding the engagement engagement with the business forum, e.g. Amadela Ngokubona, is there any plan to involve the trade union so that we can have this the opportunity to express our view on those sitting? I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu, ngicela. Yes.
Sibonge sihlalo sibingelele kumlanduma Khosathu. One, sicela welcome i-address ka-Premier and appreciate izinto esizwayo. One, it is employment of more than 70 workers permanently in the Umlalazi area. Also, the beneficiation that was alluded to in Ulundi in terms of the mines. We want Chair as Khosathu to call for the extension of beneficiation, not only in the mine industry, but also in the agriculture industry, because Uma Uya Midlands area, you'll find that there's industry, a forest in particular, SAPI and the other company, which I Mondi. We would want to know who are beneficiaries there in terms of the communities. What are they benefiting? As you can see that area is covered mostly by forests. Also, Slalo, issue beneficiation, we milk production of the province. Our understanding is that 87% of the milk products in this country comes from Midlands area, but we don't know what are the benefits of the people in the areas where they are, except in most cases the exploitation by the employers and the torture that they feel most of the time. You find ukuthi abaningi babo banawo nendaba yokunqaba mase bedlulela abangasekho babo. Sihlalo enye into esibonayo la sicabanga ukuthi siyayinotha siyiParliament, and we all agree that unemployment is very high in this province and this country. Of course, compounded by the issues that have been mentioned, the very recent floods. Prior to that was the unrest, and before that also COVID. Serious matter, but we are saying that can also be worsened if our government in the province is not careful about issues of closing companies like ASAPREF in Durban and all that. And therefore, we're saying those companies must not close, but must be assisted to survive so that we make sure that the issue of unemployment is dealt with and is avoided, that it escalates further. Because indeed, yes, we agree with the MEC for finance that looting must not come back again. But we must also make sure that conditions for looting do not come back in this country again. We must make sure that such does not take place, because you would find that we have a problem that this thing keeps coming. Chairperson, because I don't want to take much of your time, we must thank our government for responding decisively or positively on when our people were perishing due to serious floods that took place in this province. We thank our government, but most also we also thank our unions, workers who make sure that they support those who have suffered in floods, and we appreciate that government of this country acknowledges that, because workers compromise and sacrifice their work to say we cannot celebrate our work May Day, so that we respond and support those of us who have suffered. Thank you very much, Sihlalo.
Thank you so much. Ngicela size ngala.
Mhlambe sihlalo ngibingelele, and would want, before we comment on my presentation, would like to remind this sitting ukuthi asiphelelanga. It won't be a good sitting when we still crying. Our members are crying out there, Okwin, in Newcastle and here Umlalas, and our own government that was elected by us are the worst employer. Our own members are at home as we are talking, and they are starving. We want to remind our own government of that. And two, we'd like to appreciate all the presentation. But one would not want to be rhetoric. I was just covered by former Sihlalo Olusha, abamxoshile comrades, siyabonga. Then what is it one want to say here? Would like to ask the Department of Labor on its presentation dealing with the issue, and we would like to appreciate intervention, but would want to find an understanding of saying that the UIF that is going to be paid to those workers that are affected by in floods is not going to affect a normal UIF. Why one would want to understand that, would like to able to educate our members. The reason being, you can just receive that UIF in the near future, you lose employment. And then what is it? Are you not going to be affected? And your UIF would not, you are not just going, when you are just going to apply UIF and you are told that you just already exhausted your funds. That's what one would just want to get an understanding in terms of UIF. Thank you, Sihlalo Ngaphambi.
Siyabonga. Ngingasho yena ke omisekile wakaNkontwana. Ngicela siye ngale egallery, there was a hand.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ukuthi umuntu wasuka ohlushwa lento ukuthi sakhula sibathanda nje vele abasebenzi. Yayithi ibhasi mikho nje Richards Bay ukuthi ayibahambise sivele siyihijack sibhekise eralini. No. Kahle kahle i-concern la lento yase CCM.
Siyacela azethule umuntu wakhula ethanda abasebenzi.
Oh, ngiyaxolisa. Usibuka kambatha lo. Umkristo ke kodwa ke. I-concern ila kule nto yase CCMA la esesithole khona sekucelakala ukuthi sikhulekise abasebenzi ngesimanga sokuthi i-CCMA took i-decision yokusave ama-cost nokubalekela lento ye-COVID i-spread sayo, whereby you find the employee who is dismissed getting money from nowhere, traveling from Inkandla to CCMA Richards Bay, refer i-case, because unaleyanto aka-indicate usihlalo ukuthi i-technology ihamba ngaphambi kwethu thina sizemva kwayo. Akanayo ulwazi lokuthi how to refer a matter online. Mayizofika lapha in CCMA, he's given i-711 kuthiwe makahambe ayoyifilisha ekhaya then ebese i-email. Why? The question is, why CCMA does not assist this dismissed employee to fill in the referral form? Then ke bese kuthiwa akahambe kayoyithumela kumqashi ebese eyithumela kwi-CCMA with the proof of delivery, which will be less costing to that employee obetsheleke imali noma ecela imali kugogo to travel to Richards Bay for nothing. Then bese kuba ile kuthiwe arbitration would be visual. We saw here a presentation whereby uSisulu bekufuneka present ene problem kwasayena netha kule gallery. Utravelile umsebenzi wayeCCMA efuna ukuhlala icase uemployee use-Cape Town. Ayisakwazi ukuqhubeka icase because resources awavumi ukuconnecta ukuze iprocess ye-arbitration iqhubeke kuze kugcine kuthiwa akabuyele ekhaya. Ngawo njalo futhi ama-cost awatshele ngemali ayitshelekile ukuthi kuyohlala icala lakhe in CCMA, only to find she or he traveled for nothing. Why then CCMA does not look at this? Sometimes ama-commissioners awekho enough because CCMA took a decision ukuthi yona isave ama-cost yase-part-time commissioners azosebenza less hours kunesikhathi se-COVID la kufana ngabe siprocessa khona ukuthi awabe maningi ama-part-time commissioners azo-assista aye kuma-areas because they are remote CCMA offices abaye bewasebenzisa. Yilo ama-concern ebenginawo. Oh, lastly, we heard ukuthi Richards Bay kulento yama-retrenchment had a number of 1,038 employees to be retrenched, and low 1,038 was retrenched, no job safety. But we were not given what gave rise ukuthi ngabikho ngisho wodwa nje umsebenzi athi uyaseva kule msebenzi engaka. Ngiyabongela.
Siyabonga kakhulu. That was the last hand kwebezinotiwe. Ngibona kukhona eqhamukayo kanti besishilo ukuthi sizothatha nje kube kanye. Asicelele ngenxa yesikhathi ukuthi mhlawumbe uma singase sisale sesigcina ukuthi siyibuza kuma commissions ngisaba mesingathatha lezi mhlawumbe kusengaphinda kulokhu kuba khona elokhu iqhamuka ngenhlonipho nje ingane zakwethu ngoba kusa nomsebenzi osasihlalele ikakhulukazi wama commissions asicele ukuthi kube nemibuzo ebibheke kubona abaphenduli. I will start with those who have presented, who have connected virtually. If they can respond, maybe if one can just say as isho ukuthi ngingubani. Mhlawumbe noma asikwenze in an orderly fashion. Sicela uNolundi I responded to the questions that were related to CCMA.
Good afternoon. Thank you right now that I will be able to open the camera. Okay, only when I reconnected because I was using my colleague's laptop. My laptop had some challenges within it. So the only questions that I had was the one that was asking about the visual hearing, being disadvantageous to the employees. I'm not sure if there were any other questions that were asked before that so that I can answer all of them. Okay. Is there any other questions prior to those two, to those few that I was able to capture?
Asicele uresponde kuwona if abaphendulekile then umuntu uyosho ukuthi na umbuzo usala. Kodwa lawo wathathile sicela uphendule kuwona.
Okay, no, thank you. Okay, the ones that I've noted was the one for the online referrals. Unfortunately, there was a directive that was issued that all referrals to the CCMA will be done online. We understand the challenges that the employees were faced because not all of them had access to the visual or online platforms. But just to give assurance to the people who have asked that questions, if you are not aware, the CCMA opened its doors on Workers' Day on the 1st of May. So all walk-ins now are allowed at the CCMA. So whoever wants to open the case can come to the CCMA offices and open the case. So with regard to the employees who are traveling long distances, we've got the remote areas where we conduct our cases. Previously, we'll use the Department of Labor and their premises. Then the interpreter who's assisting the commissioner will assist the employees in that area to complete the forms. But some of the venues, they were terminated. We could not have access to those venues. So unfortunately, until the remote offices are being open, then which means the applicants will still have to use the online platforms. But in areas where there are permanent venues outside the CCMA, what we normally do, that the interpreter who's assisting the commissioner also assists the employees who are based in that area to complete the referral forms. Then the issue of the online hearings, the visual hearings. Unfortunately, the pandemic is still around. We still have to maintain the social distancing. But what we normally do for the people who don't have access to that, because in terms, if you remember when I did the presentation, I said the directive clearly specified that both parties have to agree to the visual hearing. So if the other party is not consenting to a visual hearing, we'll issue a directive. So that directive will indicate that the other person will remain or remotely, like for instance, a person who's traveling from Johannesburg, then the employee or the applicant will join the CCMA commissioner at the CCMA premises. Unfortunately, we've got limited venues for that. Hence the directive, even though they've been repealed, that's what they were indicating, that the first preference will be online, The second preference would be employers' premises, then the CCMA offices. But now the regulations are no longer there, then which means we can still schedule the matters at the CCMA. So unfortunately, with the Richards Bay, I don't have the outcome reports for the facilitations that were done at the Richards Bay. So I wouldn't have the information at hand why the jobs were not saved at Richards Bay. And as I'm currently based in Durban, so I wouldn't know, which means that one, I will need to be given an opportunity to get the outcome report for those Section 189 capital A facilitations, then why the jobs were not saved in that area. Okay, the issue of the last one that I was able to pick up, the issue of the commissioners not enough. Then right now, we have increased the number of days for the part-time commissioners, but there wasn't a time where the issue of the budget, where we had the issue of the budget, so we couldn't allocate as much part-time commissioners as we could. But and we have increased it from December, the number of days of the part-time commissioners. It won't be the same as the previous year. So I think that's my response to the questions that I was able to pick up.
Siyabonga. Kubukeka ngathi kuphendulekile. Ngicela siye kwi-presenter elandelayo. Ngiyacela siye mhlawumbe siyogcina with anything that's related to government departments at a provincial level. Can we then take HRDC uNompumelelo? Usakhona la endlini. Okay.
Thank you, Slalo, and thank you for the question as well from Mr. Zikali. The suggestion is not necessarily to choose either between the accredited and non-accredited short skills programs, but to balance the two for the needs of the now and the future. So, for instance, it depends on the sector and the nature of the need that is in demand. You can go for a short-term artisan program, like preparing a skills program for a plumber, and then it takes you a couple of weeks, you finished. But we cannot risk and say it must be non-accredited because of the nature of that particular skill and the occupation. But you might find out that for upskilling, for instance, someone, part of their job or a large chunk of their job has been moved, the operations has been moved into an automated platform. So what do we do? Do you want someone to go and go for intensive training to address a short-term need? Or do you allow that particular person to learn whilst on the job and immediately acquire that skill so that they are able to complete their job better? So it's a question of trying to address the two without necessarily delaying the process of the acquisition of skills, but both are quite encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we then go to Mr. Mchunu? Anything related to his presentation? Mhlawumbe while Mr. Mchunu engena, ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi besike safaka i-apology in the better part of the morning honorable Mavimbela MC, and she has just physically joined us. Phakathi.
Thank you. I think I've got 5 questions because the other one was a comment. One of the question was that what is it that the department has done to recover funds that were frauded by the employers? One of the things that the UIF has done was to hire the services of auditing firms with the purpose of it was called follow the money process, whereby all employers who have applied for TERS and have been paid TERS were subjected to audit, where auditors are going to trace whether the money was received by the employer and was transferred to the beneficiaries to that effect. And that process, companies were audited, but more than that, because some of the employers have actually returned the money. Also, the proclamation was signed by the president to give a mandate to SIU to investigate COVID-19 related cases, UIF in particular TERS, with the purpose of recovering monies. And there are many cases that SIU is investigating, and there is a success in terms of recoveries of those monies. The second question was around employees who appear to have benefited, but employers did not give them those monies. Those cases are also part of the same investigation where SIU investigate. We are also locating the employer as the Department of Labor to assist those employees to get those monies, or alternatively, our risk unit together with SIU are also investigating to ensure that the monies land to the correct beneficiaries. The third one was around the frustrations on WABO application. Yes, there are no pending applications that have not been investigated. What I highlighted during my presentation was that the approach when it comes to WABO was slightly different from TERS. The process of WABO is where we pay money directly to the beneficiaries, which are the workers. And again, it involves an in-local inspection where we physically go to the premises that were disrupted. And I was part of the project of those claims, although they are centralized in terms of processing in our head office, but we do the groundwork in terms of confirming that indeed there was a looting or the employer was affected, and we confirmed that prior to the payment being made. What I can confirm is that out of 700 employers that have applied, 300 and above of them are fraudulently applying, including even in that area where you are sitting. Many employers have been visited. Siye abantu kodondotha koTseleni koSikhawini khona lapho nje engahleli khona. Some of the people are fraudsters. They were trying to loot the funding, creating an impression. Sibuza ukuthi hawu waphidlikelwa yini kwakuluthwa nathi kwathathwa yonke yakho ngishintsha ukuthi ngishintsha abathi sikhonjiswe uyicele idlele le inkomo. So kunamasela ke okudala ukuthi ke okungenzeka ukuthi ke imali yawo kuphela engakafiki kubantu, kodwa laba abako genuinely who were affected, we have investigated, we have sent in claims. There might be problems where an employer did not register the employees, and we have advised the employer would register the employees. The following question was around the floods, the time frame attached to the flood-related claims that we are currently processing. Our turnaround time to make a decision about the claim is 15 working days. However, looking at the high volume of claims and the capacity that we have to process, it might take longer, but that is to take decision about the claim. The last question was around the credits. I think the speaker was asking if people are placed on reduced time and they are in receipt of this UIF, are they going to lose credit? The answer is yes. The workers are going to be affected because this process is not a scheme like TERS, like WABO, but the workers that were affected by floods are tapping from their credits. It means if you are placed on reduced time, an employer is paying partially and the UIF is paying partially, you are using your UIF money, which means ultimately if you end up losing an employment and when you come to apply, you will have no credits because it was not a set aside money like WABU or and like TERS. So I think it's fair for me to say, yes, employees will be affected in terms of credit days when it comes to the current flood-related claims that employers are lodging with us. Thank you.
Siyabonga, ngicela sidlulele to the next one. Judge from the Labour Court, Judge Richard. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you again. Thank you. I was just worried because my battery was low, and as I indicated before, the plugs in my chambers do not work. So I was worried that I'm going to run out of battery. Yes, to answer the questions and the comments, regarding reviews, I agree that reviews are abused, especially by employers and state employers, and that the requirement of security has not stopped this. It has not prevented the abuse of reviews. But judges can only act and speak through judgments, and we have written numerous judgments criticizing the loopholes in the law and the abuse of reviews. So it's essentially, and we have also suggested amendments to the law on reviews to simplify the review process and to tighten up those loopholes. The matter now essentially lies with the relevant State Department to take up those suggestions. So in other words, we have suggested solutions. It's now up to the State Department to deal with those solutions, the relevant State Department, I suppose the Department of Justice. Regarding costs, there was a comment that, there was a criticism that, you know, the courts grant cost orders against employees and poor employees. If that happened, it was an extraordinary case and an exception to the rule, because the rule in the Labour Court is that costs do not follow the result. And well, I haven't ever, we hardly ever issue cost orders against vulnerable and indigent employees. In any event, it makes no sense to issue a cost order against an employee who cannot afford to pay it. So I think we are very aware of the vulnerability of employers when it comes to cost orders. So we don't really issue cost orders. We hardly ever issue cost orders against employees. The other question was the number of judges. They wanted clarity because I mentioned the word 12 judges. When I mentioned the word 12 judges, I mean 12 Labour Court judges. And these judges serve the whole country. Right, so when I talk about 12 judges, I'm not talking about 12 judges in KZN and 12 judges in Joburg. It's 12 judges spread throughout the whole country. And I think anyone will know that that is ridiculous. How can you have 12 judges essentially serving a potential of millions of workers? And we have asked, over the years, we have asked for more judges, but nothing happens. So that responsibility falls under the relevant State Department. I mean, as I indicated, if they can't give us a deputy registrar, I don't know whether they're going to give us more judges. So it's up to, I think it's up to the unions and those bodies to place pressure on the Department of Justice to correct these wrongs. The other point that I wanted to mention is regarding solutions. I forgot to mention that the court does try to assist and give a helping hand to indigent and unrepresented employees. The court has set up advice officers through SESLO, and these advice officers are located at the court. There's no other court. The High Court doesn't even have these kinds of structures, but we did. So employees who cannot afford lawyers and do not have the funds, etc., they can approach an advice office at the Labour Court through SESLO for assistance. And I think that answers the questions. Thank you.
So much. Can we then invite Honorable MEC Pillay? There was a question around issues of economic council. Okay.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to the delegates again. Look, the first point I want to make is maybe just a proposal that a number of the questions around the labor resolution or dispute process could not be answered by those who are not tasked according to resource allocation. There were issues around number of judges and so on. So what we wanted to volunteer to do is to maybe invite the Minister or Deputy Minister of Justice to address the Economic Council. We'll commit to put it on the agenda of the Economic Council so that they can respond on that particular issue. And of course, we'll make motivation, and in any event, Labour is a social partner in the Economic Council. The second issue was, it was a concern raised about workers being subject to poor conditions in respect of water and security, and even being killed was the input. And I think we share that particular concern. It's a bigger and wider issue for us in KwaZulu-Natal. When you talk about killings, whether it's these days it's Induna and Amakosi, it's activists, it's councillors. So that culture of violence which needs collective effort by all of us. So I think the more we raise our voices, the better. But it's not just about talking. There is a special task team when we engage with the South African Police Service and what we call the JCPS cluster, chaired by MEC Nkonieni, and the provincial commissioner himself leads a particular task team. Then the issue on beneficiation in agriculture, I want to say that I fully agree with that. And we've opened engagements with SAPI and Mondi, which were the examples that we used. We need to take that forward. But RASIT and VULA are very much about beneficiation. Also, you have a major project coming up, which is called Agri Hubs. It is true that it's in the planning stages, but the Agri Hubs are all about beneficiation, and the Department of Agriculture is running with that. Just to give you one specific example, which we were dealing with yesterday, in addition to the Agri Hubs, is the Marula sector, where there's 31 million rand was invested into a production facility in Mkanyagude, and it's already producing jam. It needs to be taken to commercial and profitable scale. There's still the issue around beer, and there's long-term possibilities with regard to cosmetics and oils in terms of that value chain around the Marula. Then I think I'll just deal with the SUPREF issue very briefly. We did engage SUPREF as soon as the announcements came through. SAPREF, of course, the shareholders are Shell and BP, and the people who are on the management of SAPREF says that they are bound by their shareholders' decision. Now, it's my analysis of it is that that decision is motivated by national and international issues. It seems worldwide they seem to be closing down refineries because they want to have these mega refineries to get economies of scale. But secondly, they don't want to invest the amounts of money that are necessary for the maintenance of the equipment and to comply with the new climate change compliance laws that we have. Some of those laws will start kicking in next year. So we need to take that within that context. You will know that we are on record via the Premier to call on the state to take over SAPREF. I think the Premier included it in his State of the Province address. It seems that the Central Energy Fund was engaged with SAPREF and is to explore that possibility. But I don't want to create hopes that might not be justified, because the question will be, if these people do not want to make that kind of investment to maintain and put in new equipment, are we going to be saddled, or will the state be saddled with that? So there's a cost-benefit analysis that needs to be done, and that's where it is at the moment. But clearly, this is an example of, although we're importing the oil, at least if we are beneficiating it here, create. I think there were 2,500 jobs in the value chain that were directly affected there. So that's being taken up with some seriousness. Those are the issues, Chair, which I thought would be relevant to my portfolio. Thank you.
Sorry, siyabonga kakhulu Honorable MEC. Sifika la esithi khona sifika equivalent this particular session. Bese ke ngiyafisa ukwenza a few announcements. Ama commissions azoba semhlathuze building yakhona yama sizohlukanisana khona bese sifika abanye that be in the main chamber. Akhona ama chambers that will be able to accommodate all the commissions in the council chambers of Mhlathuze local municipality. Siyafisa ke ukuthi masisuka la, members of the provincial legislature azoya e-holding room. Sibone ukuthi ngoba vele asikakwazi ukuhlala in a setting esothi siyahlala sidla i-lunch, kungama takeaways, so sizokuthatha as we leave. But for ukuzama nje ukuthi singabi ndawonye kakhulu, ama members of the legislature azoya e-holding room ila ngasengeneni, but officials will assist us ekusiseni khona. Members of the workers parliament sizocela ahlale, ama officials azosilekelela ngokuthi asinikeze. Uma sikuthatha siyaphuma sonke noma rooms esiwadlalayo sizolandelana siya eMhlathuze. Bese abanye bethu sekubekiwe lapha ya sizodlula sikuthathe as we exit the hall. Siyafisa ke ukusho ukuthi mhlawumbe kusasa umgqibelo Sabatha kubukeka sengathi uhlelo lethu luzothanda kuba lude. Besithi asiyikhalele lapha kubasebenzi ukuthi uma i-likelihood ukuthi angashaya u2 3 sila singeke yini mhlambe sasondeza nge-hour ekuseni ngoba i-program iqala ngo9, I mean ngo10, ukuthi sesingabe siyalimala ukusuka ngo8 siqale ngo9, so that siya-understand ukuthi abanye baya kude kakhulu sihambe kusakhanya. Isicelo nje sifisa ukusikhanvasa sithi sicelele nje ukuthi ongenani sibe accommodative isikhathi sokuqeda ukuze sikwazi ukubuyela emuva. Ikakhulukazi ke sikhuluma nosingabo la sizikhulekela kubona. Siya cela-ke ukuthi masiphuma la sihambe sonke ma-HODs and the personnel, siyafisa sonke siphuthume e-Richards Bay for the sake of ukuthi umsebenzi omningi usakwenziwa khona. Sibheke ku-3 manje. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu kubafowethu engibavalile, ngiyacabanga ukuthi sizosebenzisa kahle ithuba kuma-commissions in the form of contributions and also imibuzo engaba khona iyobe isiphenduleka kusasa. Sifika-ke la esithi khona siyaguqisa ukuhlala kwendlu namhlanje, siyobe sesibonana kusasa. Travel messes on our way to la esihleli khona okwalezi nsukwana. Siyabonga kakhulu. Okay, no, thank you so much.